Yo, speaking jar legends, we are live, friends. Start our little day here. It's gonna be a big one. Good morning, Epsy, Caddy, Gail, Robin. Hello. We are here on pretty much the biggest day for Guild Wars 2 since the expansion launch, I guess. Maybe potentially larger than the expansion launch. How crazy is this? The usual suspects indeed. Your voice is beginning... Okay, let me turn down the music. Options. Here we go. Down goes the music in Ascalon. All right. Thank you. Thank you for the heads up. So, to those of you like Robin who are 10 years old today, congratulations and happy birthday. I just reached my 6th birthday on Guild Wars 2. So, yeah. Big jealousy from me this morning for those of you getting your big birthday presents. I don't even have the bubblegum die. I mean, wow. Me and Caddy, we're both scrubs. How does it feel to be a scrub, Caddy? We just can't compare with the people who have been here since beta. Oh well. At least you are far shinier than most of them. So yeah, let's see. Gail saying I won't be 5 until December. I won't be 10 years old for quite a few years. So I won't worry too much about that. But yeah, big day for the game here. So my plan today is this. Basically, we're going to derp around for the next little bit here and wait for the patch to hit. When the patch notes get launched, we will go over those patch notes and take a look at what the game is going to be shaping up like. Then we are going to take a look at what it takes to earn the new armor set. If the new armor set is fairly earnable, I believe that's probably what we'll do today. If indeed the set is a fairly substantial grind that cannot be completed in 3 or 4 hours, then I think what we're going to do is I'm actually going to roll a new character. And we're just going to zip around in open world, looking at what everybody's doing, enjoying the Steam launch, leveling a new character. The changes today have some changes to Mesmer, and I think I'm going to roll a new Mesmer, play it in open world a little bit, maybe get a better grasp on how to play. Absolutely, Robin, you are absolutely welcome. Anybody who's welcome, anybody who'd like to play is welcome. Holy smokes. I thought Caddy was shiny, but she has been outdone. There we have it. Wow, that would be the retinal burn die, if I'm not mistaken. That's pretty shiny. All right, is the Steam launch yet? No, it is. The Steam launch, as far as I know, Blaze Leo actually takes place with the launch of the patch today, which is in less than an hour. I actually, due to some glare on my screen, am not actually able to see my clock at this point. But at the top of the next hour is when typically the patches launch in Guild Wars 2, so at which point we will update our game and get into her here and see how it goes. So I am very curious to see how busy the lower levels are after the Steam launch, and we will see if there's anything going on there. So yeah, we'll see if the armor set is viable to earn in stream. If it is not, what we will do is I will be rolling a new Mesmer just to let you guys all meme on my awful gameplay, because that's kind of what streams are about, I think. Yeah. So if you will give me a moment, my good folks, what I'm going to do is take a look and see if those patch notes are up yet. And by patch notes, I mean the full patch notes. So bear with me here for a moment while I take a look at that. The other thing I'm going to put out there is a little later on today, there will be a bit of a new feature added to this stream. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but the money that has been donated to the stream over the last few weeks, I have purchased a little something to enhance your experience, so to speak. So that is the other thing. I'm going to just take a look here and see if these patch notes are up. Oh, I have a new favorite thread on Reddit that says, "Can you please stop making us look so desperate?" Oh dear. And it is heavily updated. That is fantastic. Oh dear. And the other thing I guess we'll look at today is about the mount skin. I guess we're getting an earnable mount skin if I'm not mistaken today. So we'll take a look at that as well. I think that's a pretty good deal. Yes, PSA, don't be a helicopter parent for new players tomorrow and let them enjoy the game. I cannot agree with that sentiment more. Those of you guys who are veteran players here, dealing with the newbies, etc., I think it's really important to make sure that you're not mesmer portaling everybody through every jumping puzzle or vista in the game. I think it's important that we let people go out and experience this game like we did when we first fell in love with it. I think that's really important. And I think that the penchant for this community to smother new players may work against us. So spread the word, let people play the game, let people enjoy it, get on it. Yeah, that ends my soapbox moment. Still not seeing any patch notes though, so I'm just going to sort this by new and see what comes out. And when the patch notes come on, we'll take a look at that. But yeah, interested in a few things. I'll catch up with chat here in a moment. There we go. All right, nothing yet. Let us now take a look at the chat and catch up on it, because that is how I roll. Sky scale cookies, Brent. Brent, you have the Danhausen picture there in your little icon there, and that makes you like one of my new favorite people, because yeah, very nice, very evil, very nice, very evil. For those of you guys who don't know what the hell I am talking about and what the little guy in Brant's little icon is there, Danhausen is one of the funnier professional wrestlers to have started his career in the last few years. Planning to merely answer questions and give a few reses, be mentory. Yeah, I think that's a really good kind of way to do it. My thinking on this is I'm just going to keep making content. That really is my goal here over the next little bit, is to kind of pump up the content, which has been lacking over the last few weeks. I get that. Had some personal things going on and started a new job. So, yeah, I think that's how I'm going to approach things, and just basically evangelize the game like I have been up until now. Brant says, but Mesmer's portaling me through jumping puzzles is how I first experienced the game. Right? That's how a lot of us get there. Absolutely. And yes, everybody should love that Danhausen, or be cursed. You're cursed. Love me some Danhausen. That guy's the new clown prince of professional wrestling. He's fantastic. Yeah, new title. Oh, okay. So there's a new title available. That'll be good. Let me reach over and grab my coffee and keep going here. There we go. The finest 7-Eleven has to offer. My second week of the game, I was told to get my Raptor and my glider. My second week of the game gave me many deaths. You know, I think I went over this on the stream on Saturday, but where I personally fell in love with the game is the first place that people want to use mounts, to trivialize it. And, it's kind of hard to get that perspective of doing all the things that a new player can do. And you know, some players love challenge, some don't. Some need that mount system to get through Heart of Thorns. Players like me absolutely loved Verdant Brink without a mount. So there we go. New title is available according to Robin. I think that that's important. Is that title that you're talking about, Robin, for the anniversary? Is it for all players or just for you 10-year-old veteran flexers? That is another good question. But yeah, let's let people play the game today, shall we? One thing I'm gonna do before we get started here is I'm just gonna crank out my dailies for a couple of minutes. So those of you guys who find this kind of content awful, well, I'm not sure what to tell you, but I need my 2 gold. Brant, I love it. Just remember, no matter how this launch goes, new folks will never know the sheer joy of doing the Frostgorge Sound event train. I think that's a really, really interesting point, but do you know, Brant, that during the weeks when Frostgorge Sound is actually has decent like map rewards, and I guess it's not this week, but in other weeks, you actually still to this day see people farming the event chains in Frostgorge Sound. It actually does still happen. It is still a thing, which kind of blows my mind. Let me just check. Caddy and Robin, you guys, have you done your dailies yet? Do I just need to roll through? And I probably just need to. Caddy probably got hers in World versus World last night. Yeah, Caddy did. Okay. I'm just going to go to World versus World and get these up. Bear with me here for a moment while I do Land Claimer and Master of Monuments on my PvE build in World vs. World. Those of you guys looking for someone to snipe, I would probably be the perfect person to do that too. But let's see what goes on. When it comes up as a daily, never any other time. Yeah, no, that's absolutely correct. You know what actually is funny though, Brant? There is somebody who is farming the living crap out of Cursed Shore still with a tag. They're on Cursed Shore like every day for multiple hours, you know, running the Plinks chain and stuff like that. It's absolutely crazy. Those of you guys who may have started the game recently don't know the joy of farming Cursed Shore. Cursed Shore used to be the big gold farm in the game back in the day, and actually when I started, Cursed Shore was still one of the better places to actually farm gold, and it's where I farmed up enough gold for my tag. So I kind of sat there the entire time farming it. Is there somebody on that point? No, I'm going to go capture this, and we will do that. Obviously, cast is cast. But yeah, no, I actually farmed up, what was it, like 300 gold. The first 300 gold that I ever farmed up for the sake of farming gold was done on Cursed Shore, and it actually made me laugh because not 2 days ago, and pretty much non-stop, there is somebody there still, you know, efficiently farming those events. It's absolutely hilarious. And from what I understand, you know what? The gold is not bad. The gold is not too bad at all. Welcome to those of you who are joining here this morning. For those of you who do not know who I am, I go by the name of Mind Circus. I run the channel Mind Over Meta, where I put up a bunch of inefficient builds for people to play in World versus World, or sorry, in Open World, sorry, and generally just make memes. It's just kind of what I do. I'm right now just looking for a flag to take. I'm thinking probably Yeah. Wow, that is going to be dangerous. We have some work to do. We have some work to do. But yeah, basically a Guild Wars 2 streamer. Today is the Guild Wars 2 launch on Steam. Guild Wars 2, probably one of the top 5 MMOs easily. I would even say probably 3 or 4. Yeah. So basically, it is launching on Steam for the first time today. We get a pretty big patch with a bunch of stuff. It's also the game's 10th anniversary today. So we are technically starting the celebration of the game's 10th anniversary. And I think that that's kind of a really big deal. Really big deal for the game. So bunch of different things going on. We've also got some pretty significant balance changes in the game coming today that we'll take a look at when the patch notes launch. Take a look at what some new builds may be coming out of it. The idea of this patch today is really interesting. And I think we've got the potential to get some cool stuff out of it. So that is the plan, my friends. Those of you guys joining, please welcome if you want to speak up in the chat. Just go ahead if you do not wish to. There is nothing forcing you to do so. Let us take this point, probably pay for it with my life. Oh, good. So I have Tempest weapons up on a Weaver build. Good job. Good job, mine. They actually unnerfed Mirage Axe before it became a nerf. Yeah, that is absolutely true. That is a thing. I don't think I can get that. I just want to get this point and get out of here. They absolutely did roll back the Mirage nerfs. I think there's an interesting conversation that goes along with the unnerf of those Mirage Axe, with that unnerf, so to speak. And I think that we could probably talk about that at this point because the reasoning behind it I find rather interesting. And that is that they are giving a thought to not nerfing the theoretical the upper limit of the build and more about its general performance. So we'll see how that goes because if that is a thing, then they have to relook at the Catalyst stuff they did. They really do. Because if 1% of the people playing that are able to get a ridiculous amount of damage, but the rest of us aren't, the rest of us scrubs, then what does a nerf like that mean? And I think it's interesting that they're at least looking at that. And, whether or not they go long-term on these kind of things is one thing. But I think at the very least, it's interesting that they are looking at this point, and we'll see where that goes with that. The other thing about today's patch I find interesting is that I think a lot of it is geared towards raising the skill floor of the game and kind of addressing the difference between a top level damage build / player and an average build / player and bringing that average player's numbers up. I think that's interesting. It is, however, pretty significant power creep. Let's be honest with that. For those of you guys wondering what I'm doing right now, I am simply rolling through my my home instance. My home instance here is something that every Guild Wars 2 player gets. Basically, what we do here is we get our little home instance. We can put a lot of do some achievements, get some little nodes in here for free loot, which is a daily operation, getting our free loot here. So making a little bit of money, some currencies and stuff like that. Takes about 15 minutes. Is it worth getting into? It's more of a completionist activity, what we're looking at here. Gail says, skill floor versus skill ceiling, one of my favorite topics. It is actually, that is something, yeah, I think that now that I think about it, that is something that you're probably pretty passionate about. I'm a believer in the discrepancy. I'm a believer in the difference between, a quote-unquote good player and a quote-unquote less than good player. I don't know. How do you want to put that? A less invested player, a less engaged player? I think the engaged player should see something like that. And is the progression line vertical, or is there a path you can travel? Well, is there a path you can travel? I mean, does the existence of a higher skill ceiling not necessitate a path to get there? That's a good question. So, yeah, skill floor versus skill ceiling, all these good things. It is patch day in Guild Wars 2. One of my favorite days, the biggest. Some paths are quite hard to traverse. Well, shouldn't they be hard to traverse? Shouldn't there be something like that? Shouldn't there be a path and a progression that is difficult, and the reward should be better performance? Because in a game like Guild Wars 2, where we don't have a gear grind, I think it's important to wonder what is the progression, and should there be a progression, and isn't skill progression as valid as gear progression in, say, a World of Warcraft? Because for those of you guys who don't know, who may be new to Guild Wars 2, may not be aware of how the game works, etc., Guild Wars 2 does not have the standard MMO vertical progression. It does cap out fairly quickly. And by cap out, it means you get to a certain point very early on where power is pretty much as hot as it's ever going to be. And then you're going to go and do things that are vertical progression. So you're going to unlock conveniences and things like that. But the actual the actual power progression generally in Guild Wars 2 before End of Dragons was just about 100% quality of life based. I think after End of Dragons we saw a bit of power progression in terms of, well, how do I put this? We actually see this going back in terms of sorry, I'm going to just cut myself off here for a moment. Robin, I will definitely let you jump in on my home instance farm here in a second. I didn't actually put up a waypoint, but I will do that now. Yeah, but I find that the horizontal progression doesn't suffer from power creep as much as vertical progression does. That is true. That is true, but the other side is we're seeing some non-horizontal, power progression in this game via temporary power-ups, and we started seeing this in Icebrood Saga, and we saw a lot of this in End of Dragons. And by temporary power-ups, I mean, oh, nice airplane. Thank you, airplane. In End of Dragons, you have those little energy bits that fall out of the enemies that you fight that will power you up as you are actually fighting more of them. In End of Dragons, there are a lot of little temporary power-ups. I think this is very well displayed when it comes to the meta event. With the constant power-up, the more events you do. You've also got the Jadebot stuff, which is really a significant power creep as far as I'm concerned. And I would like to say, oh, well, these things are all horizontal. They aren't. There is a lot of power creep going on in the game. And it does really address the kind of upper limit of what people are capable of. Just going to let the other two into my home instance here because it is so absolutely gorgeous in terms of money made. So there we go. I think it's important to keep in mind that that we aren't in a vertical progression right now. We really aren't. There is a lot going on that you can temporarily power your character up in and really gain a new level of power that isn't really needed. It isn't really needed at all, to be honest with you guys. A little water here while we wait and people do this. So there. I'm going to take another look for our patch notes today and see if they have shown up. So, and I am the 10th anniversary dragon weapon skins. There's weapon skins as well coming out today. Interesting. Somebody's got a video up of that. That's pretty cool. We'll take a look at those when they first come out. Oh, no problem. This is like the best gold per hour in the game. Farming my home instance, I think. It's up there anyways. A good home instance really does make a big difference. If you are a long-time player of this game and you haven't invested in the system, it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun, but there is some money to be made, some currencies, etc. And really it's time well spent in the overall. Heading back to the chat. What we need is a cohesive buff that makes players work well together during metas. What they really need is a buff that keeps people from laying there dead in meta events. I would like to see that more than anything. As I go through my loot... Oh, when did I get this? Red Ring of Death. One of the... few number of these items that are actually worth anything. Very cool. Little Berserker ring there. I'll take it. I'll take it. Yes, sir. I like it. So what do we have here? Okay. Let's go and take a look. Steam release date. Horrible choice. Oh, well... I guess Final Fantasy XIV is having one. Lush is telling us she's super proud of herself. She has 10 things in her home instance. Robin, I started on this pretty early, actually, when I realized this system was a thing. I am not sure if I would have started on it knowing the length of time and amount of time I would have spent putting it together. But it is one of those flexes. It's one of those few things in the game that you can spend a whole bunch of time on and actually see some results from. It's actually pretty cool. Pretty cool. Let us continue. Oh. I suppose I could look at the forums, but I am banned there, aren't I? Let's worry about that in a few minutes. In a few minutes. Yeah. Anything else going on the Reddit becomes the next question. Let us hit refresh. Sorry, we couldn't load posts for this page. Okay, whatever, Reddit. You suck. Imagine logging in and seeing this. Oh, here we go. I'm going to show you guys this picture. If you are not looking at Reddit, this is pretty cool, pretty decent. Here, let us copy the image link and put it in the stream. I'm still learning how to do these things, so bear with me. Image, add source, add a new one, add source. Can I just put this in like this? Yes, I can. Done. All right, so there you have it. Imagine logging into the game and seeing that mass. And that, I am worried, is what Steam players are going to actually see today. I can't agree more. All right, I'm going to try not to be a Debbie Downer about all this. All right, let's hide that. Let's hide that, shall we? All right. Yeah, Caddy's saying that's exactly what they're going to see. It totally is exactly what they're going to see. That or a ring of hyaloctonics. Beautiful. That's horrifying. It truly is absolutely crazy. Crazy. But I think it's pretty likely to be the scenario. Caddy looking very, very pink and shiny. Very nice. I have a pic of it from World vs. World the other night. Oh yeah, you do. You have the Hylic ring. That was absolutely fantastic. That was crazy. So there we have it. We'll wait until midnight is done here. Getting the hero point for her world completion. I wonder, do any of you know that? Were these hero points ever part of world completion? These home instance hero points? It's hard to say. I don't even know. Okay, so I'm assuming we are done here. So let us head out. I think that there will be a lot of deaths at all the revamped world bosses. Yeah, but you know what? I'm going to say one thing in terms of the new player experience. There is little better in this game to actually display the epic open world spectacle of Guild Wars 2, quite like world bosses. Let's see if anybody's waiting here in Plains of Ashford. Let's take a look. Caddy said, I'm just going to play a healer. That's what I do. You know, those of you guys who play a lot of meta events, I think playing a healer is a good choice. All right. So do we have lots of people waiting here? No. Well, a few. We got some people hanging out, taking a look. Those of you guys listening, that would be my stomach going off and grumbling at this point. Catching up with chat. Rinny Castillo-Kodijek. I'm going to call you Rinny. Nope, the hero point was never part of world completion. Thank you. Thank you for the information. EXP Genova. I'm a new player waiting for Steam launch. Luckily, I've looked into the game enough to know that image isn't indicative of how the game really is. That's a double-edged sword on that one. It is very much like that in some areas. I think that's the concern, is that it's a legitimate worry that players are going to get a little bit smothered here today. But you know, let's go take a look at Queensdale. See if anybody is camped out waiting for the. Where would be a good place to camp out and wait for the Steam launch? I'm wondering where would be a really good place. Oh, yeah. No, guys. Look at this. Yikes. So, yeah. All right. Wow, guys. My frame rate dying. 100 people in their tonics, in their tags and stuff. I hope the map instancing system will kind of deal with this. I mean, I get the excitement about the game. It just, we really do have to be careful. Wow. Well, all right. There we have it. Rennie says in game I go by Wookiee, pronounced Wookiee, or Mrs. Kodo. Well, welcome. I'm all for any Star Wars references. Well, I mean, I keep this visual up on the stream here, guys, but there's this concern I have about becoming part of the problem. You know, and why is it just Queensdale? What does it look like in Metrica? Let's take a look at what people are doing in Metrica, shall we? Soren draw. Wow, my frame rate just awful. Holy smokes. CJJE, good morning. Okay, so the lowest pop starting zone will probably be what? Char? It'll either be Char or Asura, I would believe. And the reasoning behind that, my comment there, is if you actually go to Guild Wars 2 Efficiency, you can see number of characters and the races they are that are on Guild Wars 2 Efficiency. You can actually see them broken down by playtime, and I believe it's Char and Asura are the least popular, with human accounting for actually half the active playtime. Sylvari are significantly more popular than Char or Asura, actually, Caddy. You know, there's going to be a ton of people rolling Asura. Only the smart people roll Asura. Only the smart people, the true OGs among us play Asura. It's actually true. But Sylvari, from what I understand, let me see if I can't actually, yes, the master race indeed. Let me see if I can't actually find these figures and pull them up on the stream here for a quick second. Bear with me while I try and make that happen, because they're actually pretty fascinating stats. They really are. So I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to go to Guild Wars 2 Efficiency, And I'm going to see if I can pull this up without being logged in and giving away a bunch of my personal information. No, trading post, crafting, gathering, lottery. No, I think I have to be logged in for these statistics. Bear with me for another moment. And let's see what I can bring up here. Actually, interesting stats. I like data. For those of you guys who don't know me, I'm a big fan of data in general. Just looking for where this is. Overview, characters, count overview. I know it's in here somewhere. I do. Maybe if we go under characters. These are my characters. Overview. Okay, well, I'm not going to flail around looking for this for too long here. I understand that me looking for statistics is not what you might call good stream content. Those of you guys who are just showing up here, do appreciate you kind of hanging out with us on Steam launch day, which we are anticipating in about 20 minutes. Okay, well, I'm not seeing it. So I'm going to move on with my life. Let us catch up with the chat, shall we? Humans, big humans, plant humans. Yeah, those are the big three. The plant humans. I think Sylvari are more popular than Norn, if I'm not mistaken, from my last look. Asura for smart people who don't need that to actually see their racing combat. Play Asura if indeed you like being obscured by visual effects. So that is how Metrica looks. Let's go take a look at the Sylvari starting area. Let's see what we get here in Caledon Forest and see if some people have shown up here. But yeah, that was a pretty frightening look at Queensdale there. The Asura animations are my favorite. Having an Asura Virtuoso flipping around and backflipping well. Launched tons of spectral knives, very cool. CJJE, it is absolutely why I play Asura, the animations. And let me show you my favorite Asura animation. I'm going to do it just because I have a few, but one of my favorite Asura animations is actually on Tempest. So I'm just going to actually pull this out. Tiago Santos says, small Nords, big humans, salads, furries, and the correct race. You are my new favorite person. So one of my favorite animations in the game, my favorite power animations. Oh, let's become unobscured here. Wow, this NPC is trolling me hard. Okay, let's go over here. All right, so we take a look at this, and this is the overload for water. God damn, I love that animation. That's hilarious. That one, and I think there's a couple of other good ones. I like the horn ones. There we go. Anyways, now that I have indulged myself, character select. Let us get back into what we're doing. Aftershock. Neocryptor. I've played since launch and still haven't played a Norn. If you like the story in the game, the Norn personal story is not half bad. It's not one of the worst ones. It's not awful. Otherwise, the problem with playing Norn is a perception one. It's the same problem I have with Char. Playing them in things like jumping puzzles, I have a lot of problems with. So, there we go. Norn got a huge jump in popularity after Resident Evil 8 came out. That 8-foot-tall vampire lady awakened a lot of people. I had never heard about that. That's hilarious. CJE says, damn, that's cool as heck. I never even looked at Elementalist before. You've kind of sold me with a single overload animation. Let me show you here, actually. I think I can actually do it on this character because I think I have Tempest. I think I have a Tempest build here. What is this? Weaver, Tempest. Here we go. So your overload animations on Tempest are actually really good. Okay, so the air overload looks like this. You can walk around with that. That one's not bad. The earth overload, however, is really the shit. It actually puts you up on this little mountain that you can roll around on for a couple of seconds. Very cool. And then the fire overload is also really, really nice. There you go. Again, done on Sylvari when they all look better on Asura, but there we have it. Bring this on. Mount your mountain. Yes, indeed. Yep, I made one char and couldn't stand how big they were for JPs. That is 100% a perception issue and 100% a perception issue that I agree with. So, oh, hey, it's Xander the Mesmer. Hey, Xander the Mesmer. Xander the Mesmer, also a streamer. He streams a lot of Hero Point trains. So I guess he's kind of hanging out here to help people. I think that's fantastic. Those of you guys looking for a stream, other than mine, could probably head on over to Twitch. Jumping, dodging, NG Rifle 5 and Energy Overload is great on Asura, but also dashes like the Mech Mace 2 and Hollowforge. Playing Hollowsmith on an Asura is one of this game's great joys. It really, really is one of this game's absolute joys. Let's go take a look at Lion's Arch, you guys. Let's go check one of the big hubs and see how we're looking over in Lion's Arch, rather than smothering new players. I've literally never seen Tempest animations before. That is great. Yeah, Tempest has some of the better animations in the game, actually. Really, really good stuff. Gil says Xander does a really nice Hero Point train. Some trains are too chaotic. He gave me a very smooth run. He is probably one of the better people. I'm trying to think of other people who run good Hero Point trains that are in, you know, not money grabs, people asking for donations, etc., or not newbie unfriendly. And I think Xander really does come to the top of the list, to be honest with you guys. He really does a lot. Osano's Hero Point trains. Yeah, Osano does those Hero Point trains too. Dresses like One Punch Man. Oh, that bunny. Caddy, it's your favorite bunny. Caddy has the skin too. When she first started playing the game, her and her little thumper there, her Springer didn't get along so well, so she named it Stew, which I thought was particularly hilarious. Wow, that's some fashion right there. I'm loving it. Okay, Midnight coming in with the big flex with the budgie. What is that, a budgie or a cuckoo? I'm not even sure what kind of bird that is. Caddy wants the bird because it has particle effects on it, I think. Neocryptor, welcome to this. Neocryptor, welcome to the stream. You've done Osano's a few times. I have actually not done a Hero Point train in many years. Really, if I need Hero Points, I'll just grab the World versus World stuff at this point. I'm sitting on enough of them that I can just really kind of cap those things pretty quickly. Or I actually have a little path I go through on new characters. There's a lot of hero points in the expansion maps that are actually soloable, communes and stuff like that, and really you can pick up the big amount. Let's see, I'm just looking for this. No, this one. Yes, I also have this hummingbird. Probably one of my favorite mount skins. This is not only my favorite mount skin in Guild Wars 2, this is probably one of my favorite cosmetics in any MMO that I purchased. So, I mean, I have cosmetics in MMOs that I earned, but when it comes to cosmetics in MMOs that were purchases for me, and when I say purchase, I actually got this out of one of my key farm runs back in the day, but it really stands out as one of the more impressive cosmetics in an MMO that I've ever had. The reason behind is the actual movement of it. While the movement doesn't actually move any different, the animations on it make it feel that way because of the way that the mount is kind of moving to the sides, etc., and replicating the look of an actual hummingbird. Very impressive piece. The people who worked on this really worked hard on it. I just cannot express how much I feel that way. Gail saying newbie unfriendly is a good capsule description of a bad HP run. There are a lot of HP runs that are not set up for new players. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. There are a lot of HP runs out there that are just expecting you to have your mounts and all your gliders and stuff like that. It's absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. That beats anything in WoW. Geez, yeah. It also beats anything in SWOTOR. SWOTOR having a lot of mounts available as well. Don't. So definitely how I feel on that one. I started branching out from my main recently. I'd only unlocked all of Revs and only one elite spec. Rev is a good place to start. Rev's got a lot of really excellent abilities. Where's my plane going over again? We'll let that happen. Whee! CJJE saying NeoCryptor Rev got some good power spec updates in this patch. Yes, a lot of power spec updates. And in fact, the character I'm on right now is one that I'm most interested to play after the update here today, which is Tempest, Power Tempest. I'm definitely going to be really moving ahead on this Power Tempest. Yeah, I mean, Ellie until HOT tried Rev and never looked back. Rev probably my third favorite behind NG and Ellie. Rev absolutely up there. NG being my favorite. MG being absolutely my favorite. Gail saying Rev starts a bit slow as you are leveling, but finishes very strong when all 3 spec slots are open. I think that's absolutely true. I think Mesmer even more so on that one. You know, you don't start feeling the power of Mesmer till level 71. 2 seconds, I just need to mute my microphone and cough. Mesmer really suffers from that, to be honest with you. I think that when you're playing Mesmer, you really run into situations where you probably benefit a little earlier on from some other things. I've got no gear on this tune. I'm missing gear on my second slot, and really what I need to do is how am I going to do this? I'm going to do this, this, and this. There we go. Looking back into the chats, my friends. Steam launch day. That's why the first Rev I kept. I'm going to tell you a story that locks into that. I actually rolled my first Rev and gave up on it. I hated it. And every time I played it as I was leveling it, I was like, wow, why don't I play this more? Because it sucks. It sucks. And then I made my second Rev just for World versus World. And Lord knows why I went to the spec after hating the original iteration, and that's where I actually fell in love with it, was in World versus World. And after that, I really started feeling it more. I don't think that Rev is the ideal beginner class for this game, but you know, it wasn't launched with the game, but it certainly is a lot of fun, and I really couldn't give anything but good things to say about it. Yeah, Caddy loves her revs. She's got what? Caddy, you got like 2-3 revs? You've got 2 revs, right? Vindicator is cool, but still doesn't feel quite there. Beyond being a bunny hop open world build, I'd love to try it as pure support, maybe. That meme build is actually pretty cool, but I tell you what you do, if you're interested in playing support Vindicator, go and play it in World versus World, where Cattywampus has some things to say about that. Cattywampus, for the last several weeks up until recently, was playing some pretty strong World versus World Vindicator build, and yeah, really impressive in a Zerg. You can spam a lot of barrier on it. Robin saying she has 2 Necros, 2 Mez, and 1 of everything else. I have 2 of everything, 3 of a few classes. 3 of a few classes. Caddy, can you link the build? Caddy, if you want to link the build here in chat, I can copy it and throw it in there. Yes, Caddy does need to be in another build video. That was actually one of the most fun times I've ever had making one. 2 seconds. That was actually probably one of the most fun times I've ever had making a video, a build video. Not to say that I don't generally enjoy making the videos, but yeah, making that one with Caddy, we had a lot of fun with that. Some of the outtakes were pretty hilarious. But it's always really interesting for me to sit down and like talk about these things with somebody who is an actual expert. And there are a few things Caddy here does very well, and one is play support Scrapper in World versus World. And if it comes to World versus World build content, I think, you know, the support builds there are where I actually enjoy it the most. If I were going to do another one, I'd probably do support Tempest for World versus World, which I think is pretty effective. That Heel Scrapper vid was nice because it was the two of you discussing the different options. Yeah. And I would like to, you know, I'd like to do a little bit more of that down the road, you know. If you are out there and a content creator and would like to get involved in something like that with your buddy here, hook me up, because I would absolutely love to get involved in some of that stuff. And this is how you do it for the loot. Yes, this is that was the difference between Caddy and my's build. Was I went ahead and made a little money at it. But there we have it. Yeah. Well, you know, World versus World, maybe not the most rewarding game mode. And so I really figure there are some things you can do in World versus World to increase it, to make that loot. Actually, one of my earliest videos was one on how to manage your World versus World loot, because we found out people were deleting Mystic Clovers. Because they were capped out on Mystic Clovers. World versus World players were capped out on Mystic Clovers and deleting them. It was... I could not believe my eyes when I heard that. It was absolutely fantastic. Oh, JW, good morning. Welcome to Steam Day. Mind, I'm not that... So, oh, yeah. No, I'm not. I'm truly not. I'm all about it. Nora's saying I've been thinking about Caddy's saying I've been thinking about an alt account, but I don't want to start over. I've thought about an alt account. I don't want to manage the logins. I just don't want to manage separate logins. I don't want to get into it. I don't want to run a third-party program that makes it easy. I just don't. I just don't want to do it. Yeah. You know, I draw the line at second accounts. I understand the value. I just won't do it. Wow, these fake quotes are absolutely fantastic. I love you guys. I threw up a little bit of my mouth. Yeah, deleting Mystic Clovers. It was true. I mean, I couldn't believe it. That there were players that didn't understand the value of what they were deleting, or actually, you know what's funny, did understand the value of what they were deleting, just didn't have any use for them. You know, once you have your legendary armor and all your legendary weapons, I guess, but How do you even get to that point in World versus World if you're a World versus World only player? I mean, how are you earning those stacks of mats? I have two myself, 16 characters each one, paint to organize. Yeah, I just won't do it. Oh, World versus World players use exotics. It's funny because it's true. It's funny because it's true. World versus World is a different country. That currency is worthless to them. It's not that it's worthless to them. It's that they get to a certain point where, oh, this voiceover is a little pain in the butt. It's not that the currency is worthless to them. It's that they get enough of it without having options to spend it, I guess is the best way. If you're only playing one or two classes and you don't buy a storage expander and you get more than 250 of these things, like, what's the deal at that point, you know? Like, so that is why, but it still blows my mind. Like, why would anybody ever delete a Mystic Clover? But true story. Relentless Knights, welcome to the stream. Good morning. Yes, there's more than enough to do on one account. No second account here either. I mean, if I could manage it, if I thought I could get around on it, I would do it. Midnight saying, I've been thinking about reinstalling Guild Wars 1 to finish off some Chiefs. I've said this before. I do want to try Guild Wars 1 at some point. It just... There are some reasons I haven't done it yet, to be honest. I won't get into it. I think I've been over it a few times. You get 2 clovers every time you finish a reward track. They tend to stack up. And how many clovers do you get off those special reward tracks the first time you're getting them? They kind of shower you in those things. And the other thing that... the other thing is, if you're running the Gift of Battle reward track, you get a few extra ones that way. Yeah. It's pretty crazy. JW says, oh my god, went back to that and was too hard. No jumping, riding, swimming. Barbaric. Absolutely barbaric. Alright guys, I'm looking at the time here. I think we'll probably get our message pretty quickly. What I am going to do is throw up a quick 5-minute BRB. And smoke them if you got them. Be right back. Hello, ArenaNet. My name is Mind Circus. You may remember me from such roasts as Why the Story Sucks, according to Archie Andrews, or Jadebot. Jadebot! Recently, I found what I believe to be a bug in your game. I'm unable to choose End of Dragon stats on my stat-selectable Ascended Trinkets. Hey, I even wrote a bug report that was professionally formatted and just needed to be cut and pasted into your Jira for your software developers. Now, it's come to my attention that this may not be a bug, that you have intentionally made these stat sets available only to legendary gear on purpose. It was theorized that this is a way to drive players to the new content. The theory points to the ambiguous language used in the announcement of these stat sets. This is ambiguous language that was not present when you announced the change to stat-selectable trinkets that said stat selections available were dependent on the owned expansions. Now, as someone who spent a good 3 weeks of my playtime prior to the expansion farming up stat-selectable trinkets and armor boxes, I said to myself, my old pal Anet wouldn't do me dirty like this, right? right? Kate, thank you. Fix it. Love you. Eckeveld Forest is great. Bye.
Here I stand to fight. Mighty foe is lit aflame. Firebrand is busted.
I might be able to think of a few puns like that. Some will be mightier than others, to be sure, but...
Oh, dude.
You know, that might be a good idea. Might not. Who knows?
Seriously?
You know, sometimes might does make right.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
It's a mighty fine experience.
Oh, man.
A few moments later.
See, I know what they say about the pen and the sword, but which is mightier, the axe or the dagger?
Yep.
All right.
We can't be friends anymore.
Touch this. All right. I've turned off the sound at this point. I hope the video is not sure. Actually, what I'm doing here is I'm
When the engine is operating,
so
air is drawn into the engine by means of the compressor,
I have not
in the same way that the
seen
turning
patch
blades of a
command
fan
for
pull in
myself,
smoke.
but we'll find out. Yeah, it's patching. So I will catch up on
Now
chat
the
here
air
as
is
I'm
forced into
patching.
the burning chamber,
Bear with me here,
where it is mixed with
folks.
fuel sprayed from the fuel injector.
So it is patching. The other thing I'm going to do is get the patch
When the fuel
notes ready for you
burns,
guys. So
it
bear
produces
with
hot,
that.
expanding gases.
Let's get that upcoming maintenance game
Let's
update
think first
notes.
about the usual ways of moving things.
All right, game update notes.
Let's see that action again, and this time
Let's
think
get
of the
into
force.
game. Oh, we can't get into game. It is still updating. Well, there we go. Nice black screen for y'all. You love black screens. We all love black screens. Bear with me here for a few moments. Once I am patched, I'm logging in, and we will have our game up. Fantastic. The patch is here, my friends. The patch is here. Oh, Arc DPS died. Yeah, of course. Okay, well, hopefully that doesn't create any performance issues. If so, I will take care of that when we get there. Let us now catch up on the chat. Thank you for those of you showing your patience at this point. Did I actually close my chat window? I did not. Okay. Pulling this up. 5 minutes in the garage. Happy fam. I like the idea of them pushing legendaries to having benefits over Ascended. Yes, Relentless Knights. I'm a huge fan of the Legendary Armory. Nabarus, welcome to the stream. We may have a good, stable Steam launch, and yeah, I hope so. And all the new players feeling welcome. Those of you guys just joining the stream, those of you guys who have not played Guild Wars 2 before, feel free to ask any questions of myself or anybody, absolutely. CJGE, isn't the benefit of Legendary that it can be set to any stat combo infinitely? That's one of the benefits. One of the other benefits is that that weapon actually carries across to all characters on your account and is stat swappable. And obviously the cosmetic benefits are there, absolutely. A black screen, like the blue screen of death without the extra panic. Now yours. Neocryptor, man, I wish YouTube would adopt something like the Twitch drops. I'm going to have to hate splitting my attention. Hey, yeah, for those of you guys looking for drops, unfortunately not working on YouTube, so be it. You know, YouTube maybe not the destination of choice for streaming, but I'm enjoying streaming on YouTube, so I'm going to keep doing it. I understand this probably limits my appeal, but it's never been about that in my books. So let me hopefully find our patch notes here, and let me get them up on your screen. Bear with me, and we'll take a look. We'll also get into game as well while I do that. So pull up my thief, and we'll take a look. Yeah, I think it would be nice, you know, the drop system, but you know, I'm not going to stress too much about it. I'm not. All right. Wow, I got a whole bunch of things. Discovering points of interest completed. Adventure guide. So I got a bunch of adventure guide, volume 1. Completing renowned hearts. Interesting. What is this? Complete 14 of the 16 adventure guide welcome volume 1 achievements. Defeating enemies using waypoints. Oh, well, that's interesting. That's interesting. Just some new achievements there for new players. What do we got here? Applying dyes, completing events. Interesting. Okay. Well, you know, some basic new achievements. More tutorial stuff. That's a good thing. Absolutely. Neocryptor says, I dropped streaming on Twitch a while back for YouTube. It was a better experience overall for my audience. Neocryptor, there's something to be said there, you know, without talking shop too much. I think that YouTube's got a really good experience. There are some things it needs to work on for the streamers, but one of the main reasons I have focused everything on YouTube, there is no Patreon, there is no anything other than YouTube, is keeping it all in one place. But I actually believe the facility is there to kind of do all these things on YouTube. And more to the point, listening to a lot of experienced streamers, and that goes for Guild Wars 2 streamers like Muckluck and Teapot, to big streamers like Asmongold, we're all delivering the advice that if you were going to start today streaming, you should probably just do it on YouTube. So that's where I'm trying. I tried on Twitch a few times. I didn't get nearly the amount of viewers that I get on YouTube. So I was talking into an empty room for the most part on Twitch. But I'm not on YouTube. So that's really the way I'm going with it. I'm not worried about the monetization options too much. It's something I may look at in the future, but there we go. New email. What does it say? 10 years ago, the launch of Guild Wars 2 opened a new window into the world of Tyria. Then we talked about it in Taxis. 3 expansions, 5 seasons of Living World releases. Does this mean that Icebrood Saga is season 5? Officially. And countless updates later, we're still inspired by the dedication of the game's fans. To commemorate this anniversary for new and veteran players alike, we've added a series of new achievements taking you across the game to earn Proofs of Legend, which you can trade for the new Decade Armor Set. If you're busy this week, no need to worry. These achievements and the armor set will be available permanently. Characters who are turning 10 themselves will be receiving an extra Proof of Legend to kickstart their collection. If you have extras, you can trade them in for some of the treats to share with your friends. It's an honor to share this world with you. Thanks for playing, and here's to many more years of adventuring in Tyria. I will say a lot of good and bad things about ArenaNet, but what I will say here absolutely is that this game's developers actually care about this game, and I really like this little intro here. I think that this is really fantastic. So there we have it. An email welcoming us to the 10 years, to the Steam, to everything. Catching up on chat here. Saradwin Moon, thank you very much for subscribing. Thank you. Darth Calliope, how is everyone? I think we're all doing really good. It's time to play some fucking Guild Wars. We're totally stoked on this. We're going over some of the new stuff. Is Sage on Twitch too? Oh yeah, for those of you guys looking for a Twitch stream, Sage Cersei, and if she's streaming, yeah, she is absolutely one of my favorite people to play this game with. Her and her crew there in Fang are just fantastic fun people, just with a really great attitude about the game. Gotta say, you are one of my favorite channels. Keep it up, man. Thank you, JW. That makes me super happy. Realize the content hasn't been coming as quickly as we might like over the last few weeks, but definitely thank you for that. Really, wow. Free total makeover kit, BL key, and some box in the gem store. Let's take a look at that, shall we? Life with Friends box. Okay, I will buy my teleport. Oh, good. A teleport and a revive orb. The two things I needed most. I will complete this purchase. For those of you who know me, I refuse to use revive orbs. I hate anything in a game that is predicated on people dying in order to get it. What else do we have here for promotions? Somebody said there was something else. Other freebies? I'm not seeing the key. Let's take a look back at the front page, but I don't see a key or anything. Vouchers, what do we have here? Blackline keys, I don't see a free key. Did somebody... Sarah Moon, I just realized I wasn't subscribed to you yet. Most of my builds are from your build videos. Thank you very much, Sarah. That makes me super happy. If I'm helping people, you know, enjoy the game, then job accomplished. That really is it. There's a new mount skin. Holy smokes, it's a horse. It's a Kieran. Oh, that's beautiful. That really is beautiful. I bet you that dye is really pretty too. Okay. Wow. Is that an unopened birthday present? I don't have any birthday presents, to be honest with you, so I don't know. I'm not seeing the... the free makeover kit and the BL key were actually brought in over the last few days. Okay, that's why I'm not seeing it. Those of you guys who haven't logged in for a few days, yeah, free stuff, absolutely. Rinny says, be well, time to play a bit myself. I'll watch the rest of the stream when I'm done playing. Enjoy the fuck out of it, absolutely. So there we go. I need that. So majestic. Really nice. All right. Let's take a look at the new armor. So what is that called? Let's go to wardrobe. What is it called? Decade? Yeah, here it goes. You know what? Let me test it on a human-looking character instead of a Seraph, because this is a better way to get a better view of it. Bear with me here for a few moments while I change characters. Yeah, those were last week, the key and stuff. Absolutely. I haven't played for a week or so, getting back. Yeah, been working on my new, to me, motorcycle. Wow, fantastic. Wow, I just got these achievements again? Crazy. Why? Oh, interesting. I wonder why I got these again. Okay. Let me take off my outfit. And let's take a look at this new armor. I will actually change because I got dyes on the other armor set. So let's go into equipment, and so that it's not all black, and we'll have a good look at the dragon armor set here. So, decade armor set. Why am I not seeing it? Because I'm looking at the wrong place. Okay, decade. And let us start. I guess these are all the same. Let's take a look at the heavy headgear. Oh, that's really nice. Look at that. Okay. The heavy shoulders, the heavy chest, the heavy gloves, the heavy leggings, and the heavy boots. Oh, there's a backpack too. Okay, cool. Wow, that is really detailed. That is pretty impressive. Look at those shoulder pieces. Super impressive. Now, is the light set the exact same? Let's see if the light set. Okay, so all three weights are the same. That's a little disappointing, but I won't worry too much about that. Really just high quality stuff. Bringing this up, Vulture Z, you know, MOM, when you watch YouTubers like you can actually talk to them and they notice you. This isn't just the same where there are 1,000 people posting things and nothing to talk. Yeah, I mean, I like being a little smaller. I'll be honest with you guys. I do. And part of the reason for these streams has always just been about hanging out with you guys. To be honest with you, it's not about anything else. The videos is where most of my energy goes. Absolutely most of my energy goes. But these streams are just about connecting with people and kind of hanging out. I think my cat's making noises. All right. For those of you guys who just joined the stream and didn't hear my intro, in a little bit I have I'm going to be adding something to the stream here that I hope will be interesting to you all. So we'll be taking a look at that. Pure Evil saying, "Hey, Striker," absolutely. Pure Evil, are you going to test the new builds on this stream? I think so. There's a couple of things I want to take a look at here, Pure Evil. I want to take a look at some of the changes. I'm going to go over the patch notes once I've looked at some of these new cosmetics, and I think that that really is the way that we're going to get into it. Neo Crypto, yeah, I found an 82 Honda Goldwing. Wow, only 30. How do you find an 82 Honda Goldwing with only 32k miles on it? That's absolutely crazy. Darth Calliope says, yeah, I agree with Vulture Z. It's like sitting in a warm fire and eating some soup. Let's just say it depends on the soup. I've had some bad soup lately. I don't know why I'm bringing that up, but I have absolutely had some bad soup lately. Are the weapon skins also called Decade? Let's take a look at that. No. Was there not a new weapon skin section? We'll take a look at that. Neo Crypto says 80-year-old guy had it sitting in his garage and you got it for $800. Score. All right. I think at this point, what I'm actually going to attempt to do is bring up the game update notes on our screen here, and we'll take a look at what's going on. So just bear with me a moment while I attempt to make this happen. This is obviously one of those things where I'm still learning how to do it. Let's hit window capture, add source. We'll give it a funky name, and then we will go window and game update notes. Oh, it's almost like I know what I'm doing, guys. Okay. And we'll put this nice and centrally on your screen and let us scroll down. So, the 10th anniversary, this is pretty much the mail they sent us. So, it's an honor to share this world with you. Thanks for playing. The Guild Wars 2 10th anniversary event starts now, giving a 30% bonus to karma gain. Well, Caddy and Robin, I guess you guys are really happy because, holy smokes, the karma gain is improved. Magic Find and PvP WVW reward track progress for a week. That's really nice. Those of you guys who may be avoiding World vs. World because you don't like it, this is a good time to jump in and get some of the rewards, I guess. A new permanent achievement category, Decade of the Dragon, has been added in the side story category. We took a look at those in a little bit. So the Proofs of Legend will also be delivered to any characters as they turn 10 years old. Okay, we know that. And trade to an ancient armor smith in the capital cities to unlock the new... Okay, let's go see how much these are. So that is our next step before we take... you know what? We'll go over the patch notes first. Let us continue to do that. So we'll take a look at that. World Polish fixed an issue that prevented Shadow Behemoth's claws from triggering trap skills. Okay, so some fixes on the world bosses, which is good stuff. General, the character adventure guide has been added to the game. Okay, so this is a guide set up for new goals from level 1 to 79. Okay, so this is really cool. I'm really, really impressed. These achievements do not award any achievement points. Well, that's a little disappointing. Interesting. All experience gains from characters have been slightly increased. We knew that was coming. The existing tutorial achievement category has been depreciated and moved to historical for anyone who's already completed them. Cool. And fix some bugs. All right. Fractals fixed a shatter observatory problem. Okay. Well, good time for that. Let's catch up with chat before we go on. There we go. That is a steel. So I've torn it apart right now, cleaning it and rebuilding the carbs, fork seals, etc. Awesome. That makes me happy. Fixing the wiring harness a nice family of mice had moved into. I'm going to tell a total off-topic story here before I continue with the patch notes. My uncle lives in the house with me here, and he had to open the hood of his car one day. Because to help jump one of the other cars, and on the top of his radiator, a rat had built a small nest, a very large rat, and when we opened it, it was awful. Anyway, don't think I should really talk too much about that. Anyway. Yay for tangents. General, core weapon tuning. In this update, we focused on improving the number of viable core weapon choices across many professions in PvE. This included increasing base damage on many range weapon auto attacks to a higher baseline damage per second. These changes should help reduce the performance gap between players using suboptimal and optimal weapons. Yay. Good move. Good move, ain't it? Guild Wars 2 is designed to encourage social gameplay. You should be stronger playing together than alone. With that in mind, we took another look at how boons are given out. Several weapon skills have been updated to grant might to nearby allies as well as the user in PvE, further contributing to boon availability in group events. Very, very nice. Damage build improvements. Let's just take a look at the builds that they were targeting here. Power Tempest, Condi Tempest, nice. Love me some of both of those. Power Weaver, Power Scrapper, Power Hollowsmith, Power Dragon Hunter, Reaper, Herald, Vindicator, Daredevil, Deadeye, Power Berserker, Condition Berserker, Power Spellbreaker. Well, these are all good news because these are all builds that have really, really suffered. So, really good news here. Power Reaper was still pretty viable. I don't know what else to say about that. Improving support diversity. Firebrand and Healing Mechanist are currently dominating group compositions. Gee, I wonder why that is. In this update, we're improving support role diversity by adding stability and Aegis to the Tempest's shouts and by giving Druids increased access to those boons as well. That's fantastic. That's really, particularly in World versus World. If the Aegis and Stab are going into World versus World, that makes support Tempest really, really attractive. Really attractive. We're also making targeted reductions to stability and might uptime on Firebrand and Mechanist builds to make room for other professions. Is that going to be enough? We'll see. Firebrand's high on-demand stability from Mantra of Liberations is too essential in Fractals of the Mists and other group content, while Mechanist's barrier and might upkeep are cementing it. Okay, well, a bunch of stuff we already knew. Yeah, these are overperforming. So be it. So be it. So let's get into the details. Without going into every line here, we've got some really serious tuning up of Power Elementalist, which all look really good. So we're seeing some staff improvements. That should be interesting. Some air, earth improvements on staff. That should be cool. Scepter, very cool. Recharge, half recharge. We like that on Phoenix. So that's really cool. I think probably going to be looking at the Tempest stuff first here today. I think we'll test out some of that and see how it looks. Pretty interesting stuff. Some changes to dagger. I like that. These are all pretty serious buffs to elementalist dagger. Love that. And on the offhand as well. The dagger offhand. Okay, so some damage improvements, really. Try that. Who cares? These are some really nice little bumps on Weaver as well. Robin saying, ooh, makes me want to get on my Tempest. Agreed. Agreed. It really makes me want to play Tempest. Traits on Tempest itself. Transcendent Tempest damage modifier increased from 7% to 15% on all damage dealt. Okay. Let me, for the sake of argument, just put this off here. And I'm just going to hop on my Tempest. And we'll take a look at what's going on. Character select. Here we go. Lens Arch, maybe not the best place to test a build, but we'll just take a look at what it looks like here. Unfortunately, whenever we get these balance patches, it takes Arc a couple of days to come back. So, any of you guys looking forward to any of the other buffs, love to hear about it in the chat. Definitely interesting stuff. This has got to be a bug, how this keeps popping every time I log in. Oh, look at somebody bought a horse. Man, that is good work. That is really good work. Okay, so what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to get to a level 80 zone where there is some combat happening. We'll just take a quick look at the numbers before I go a little further into the patch notes. Should be interesting. Move this over here. Very entertaining stuff. So let's take a look at these numbers here. Go over into this. And so what they want us to do is run Transcendent Tempest. 15% damage and 15% condition damage. So if we don't want to provide Alacrity, we get a really serious damage bump here. Well, gotta say, it's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. Take a look at some of these other things here. Just running some Marauders gear on this with the Exuberance runes for fun. Okay, probably want to change these Exuberance runes at this point. Very interesting. Okay, catching back up with the chat. I think every time you change areas to get a new achievements for that area, not 100% sure on that. That could be JW. Absolutely could be. Didn't they say those achievements aren't account-wide but are tune-specific? So when you change... Oh, wow. That's interesting. I don't know how I feel about character-wide achievements. Wow. Okay. Well, let's get back into our patch notes exploration for the time being. Back into her here. Shouts, feel the burn. Damage multiplier increased significantly. Might stacks applied increased from 3 to 5. Eye of the Storm now applies a stack of stab. Aftershock now applies Aegis. Very nice. Engineers, the previous updates to Mechanists only... Whoop, I'm just going to move out of there. Mechanists only damage reduction to... that's oddly... Anyway. Bringing up the damage output for Holosmiths and Scrappers. That's not enough to close the gap on its own. So we're also making specialization specific damage increases to Scrapper and Holosmith on Sword, Hammer, and Blast Gyro. That might be what I want to play today. I might want to go play me some Power Scrapper today. Because if there is somebody out there that loves himself some Power Scrapper, it is I. Oh, here we go. Throw Mine. Throw Mine has been changed in all game modes. The animation after cast, before another skill may be used, has also been reduced. The mine will now detonate immediately if there's an enemy in the target proximity when the mine lands. Now causes knockdown instead of knockback with a duration of 2 seconds in PvE. This is significant. This is really significant. This is pretty interesting. Nerf to Med Blaster. Buff to Super Elixir. Nice. PvE only, though. Big Boomer damage increase of 5%. These are pretty significant. Holosmith Sword. A little bump in the damage there. Photon Forge. Okay. Losing her mind over the throw mine buffs. Go figure. Let us continue our exploration. That's all interesting. These are pretty big damage increases to hammer as well. Mechanist, bleeding stacks applied reduced. So we got some nerfs to mech. That's pretty big. These are pretty significant nerfs. Stability duration reduced from 15 seconds to 6 seconds. I can't perma stab with Crisis Zone anymore in PvE. Oh. Ouch. Oh. Oh, that may kill a video. That may kill a video right there. Oh well. You play the game, you takes your chances, is how I look at it. Barrier burst, barrier value reduced. Okay, well, these are not exactly unneeded nerfs. These are pretty well needed nerfs. So we will keep that in mind. We will keep that in mind. Back to the chat a moment. So is it on Steam now? Yes, it should absolutely be good to go at this point. Purple, Troy 63, absolutely. Great in World versus World for strips, but the knockback always screwed you over. Yeah, that should be a big thing. Gail saying mech may have gotten hit a bit too hard, too broadly. I'm not sure. I am not sure that's possible. I think Mechanist needed a very significant nerf. I'm just wondering where the Firebrand one is. Firebrand. Okay, Guardian. Multiple stored uses of on-demand stun break and stability have made Firebrand mandatory in fractals, strike missions, raids, and even World vs. World. I would argue that World vs. World probably the biggest offender of Firebrand's domination of a meta. In this update, Firebrand's mantra of liberation is reduced from 3 to 2 ammunition with an increased cooldown. That's significant. Together with an added source of stability for both Tempest and Druid, this will provide better parity. Yeah, maybe. I mean, Firebrand being busted for a number of reasons. That's a nice way to look. The Greatsword damage increase benefit of Dragon Hunter builds and hammer improvements will help to close the gap between it and other damaging weapons while living up to that weighty feel. You know, I laugh because hammer on Guardian is just so absolutely awful. I guess we can take a look at it later. Sharkbender, hi there guys. I'm living in the Netherlands, but still can't download Guild Wars 2 from Steam. Thanks for letting us know. Shark, keep at it. I'm sure it's coming soon. Senior G says 20 minutes left. That may be absolutely true. That sounds about right. We'll see here in a few moments. Those of you patiently waiting on the Steam release here. So we get some changes to Greatsword on Guardian. Some nice little bit of what's that? About 10% damage buff, 20%. Yeah, so decent. We'll take a look at it later. That is also going to benefit Core Guardian too, if I'm not mistaken. Hammer on Guardian is good to punt downs off cliffs. That's about all Hammer on Guardian is good for, to be honest with you guys. So let's take a look at the hammer increases here. Symbol of protection, aftercast animation. Okay, mighty blow, damage up by a fair bit. Glacial blow reduced the recharge. Zealot's embrace, damage multiplier. Well, that's a pretty significant buff. And banish. In PvE only, damage multiplier increased from 1 to 3. Oh my. Okay, well, that might be worth doing something with. Yeah, that might be worth doing something with. Yeah, keep on it, Sharkbender. I'm sure it'll be fairly soon here. I'm sure. Some small changes to our old loot stick. Okay, and the mantra of liberation changes. Yeah. Okay, one little change to longbow on Dragon Hunter is not enough to make that viable. Sorry, Anet. Mesmer, in the August 2nd update, we reviewed and updated the Greatsword and Sword Core weapons. In this update, we're increasing Chronomancer's alacrity duration from stretched time and increasing the damage of Tides of Time, the 5th shield skill. This will give a slight bump to boon-focused Chronomancer builds. For those of you who heard the intro, yeah, that is actually what I'm probably going to build as my next little thing, is a boon-focused Chronomancer. It's a massive patch, Robin, massive patch. Probably the biggest we've seen since the expansion. Some changes to staff, a change to blink. Okay, well, that's nice, I guess. A couple of changes to Chrono. Alacrity on Wellcast increased from 4 seconds to 5 seconds. That's pretty good. Tides of Time damage multiplier increase. So we went over that. So let's take a look. So we did get some axe nerfs to Mirage. They did go through. Torment duration reduced on a couple of the axe skills. I'm not sure that's a bad thing. It was overperforming. How bad did Revenant get hit with this patch? Not sure yet, Jean. We are still on the Mesmer changes, which aren't huge. Chaos Vortex, the Staff Ambush, Might stat count reduced from 8 to 5, and Might duration reduced from 15 to 10 seconds. Torment, Bleeding, and Confusion duration. So a bit of yeah, that's a pretty decent nerf as well. I gotta say, it was probably needed. Staff Mirage, a little bit overperforming. Let's take a look at some Necro, shall we? Justin, figures so far most of my main builds have taken a bit of a hit. Some of mine have too, Justin. Not gonna lie. A couple of mine have as well. My main builds, though, being Tempest, saw a pretty significant bump here today, so I'm not going to complain too much. So, yeah, a bunch of staff necro changes, some damage multiplier increases. This is good. This is really good because, honestly, all staff was good for was proccing regen on healing Scourge builds, and it's a good weapon in competitive, so in PvP and World versus World. But in PvE, man, the staff on Necromancer couldn't be a worse weapon. Really couldn't. Staff Necro took so much hate that this is very necessary to bring the weapon back. Yeah, Gale, absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. A couple of changes to main hand and offhand dagger on Necro. Man, I am not sure how. Wow. Sorry, just somebody in one of my guild chats losing their minds about something. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure I've played any dagger builds. I may look at it, but I'm just not sure. Focus changes are nice. Focus on Necro, not bad. I guess the real benefit here, we're seeing some damage increases to Power Reaper. That'll be interesting to try. Some changes to shouts, some big changes to shouts. Look at these damage increases on the shouts. Very cool. Wow, almost makes me want to bring out my Reaper. So here's a big change, though. We go over to Ranger, and we get the Ranger pet changes. I've been over these changes. Robin's saying Power Reaper is your main. I played a lot of Power Reaper a few years ago. And in fact, when I first started making builds, I thought Power Reaper was the king. And then, we got into Condi Rev and some of the really overpowered stuff, some of the Mechanist builds, Mirage, things like that, some of the life leeches and everything, that really started outshining the old, tried and true Power Reaper. Which I guess I'm going to, I missed to a certain extent. But the problem with Power Reaper in my books has never been its performance. It's just not a very engaging playstyle for me. It's pretty simple. It really is pretty simple for me. This is good for Dagger 2. Dagger needed... Yeah, Dagger absolutely needed it. Changes to Ranger pets. Feline pets auto attacks weren't being affected by Quick List, so they fixed this bug. A recent fix to the calculated critical hit chance values and pet stats. You know, these are all some things that should have been looked at years ago, you know, so great. The display issue. We're using this opportunity to improve pet balance in PvE overall by delivering that long-delayed reduction to the iboga damage while bringing all ranger pets' performance up by giving them a flat 17.8 critical hit chance across the board. Great. Great. The problem, however, with ranger pets is that the artificial intelligence is largely artificial. All ranger pets getting a critical hit chance. All ranger pets now immune to crowd control when on a PvE map. This, I guess, bringing it in line with the Mechanist bot. Obviously, this is a good change to bring it in parity with Mechanist, which really was a better ranger than Ranger actually was. Largely artificial, not at all intelligent. You are correct. You are correct. So there we go. Some changes to some individual pets. I'll leave those to you guys to kind of go through on your own. The iboga really getting snoop booped. By 33%. Goodbye, iboga. It was nice knowing you. Rangers skills spirits. All ranger spirits are now immune to crowd control when on a PvE map. This is pretty much the right change to make. Justin, they need to make pets more useful on world versus world maps. You know, I'm not sure. As somebody who's had myself ripped a new asshole by Sikkim Soul Beasts, I'm not sure that really, you know, that a damage increase on the pet was really needed. But then I suppose the Soul Beast doesn't obviously need the pet as much as anything else. Yeah, interesting. I'm not sure I like playing Ranger in World versus World. I played a lot of it when I first discovered World versus World. It just wasn't my thing. And a couple of changes to Druid. Solar Beam can now target allies. Glyph of Equality range increased. Great. So we were worried about Revenant. Let's take a look at Revenant. For core Revenant, we're improving Hammer as a ranged damage option. Are you now? Are you now indeed? All Revenant specializations will receive a damage increase from the Invocation trait updates. For those of you guys wondering right now, I'm making my doubt face about Rev Hammer. Rev Hammer, probably one of my least favorite weapons in the game. I'm not sure a little damage increase is actually going to achieve that for me, to be honest with you. Jean says, I tried to main Power Reaper. I love the amount of damage I could put out, but I couldn't stand how slow it was, so I switched to Renegade and never wanted to go back. You know, that is a good observation. Again, I'll get back. The play of Power Reaper just isn't engaging in my books. It just isn't. For me, it's not to say it's not good. I think it's very good, and I think it's very kind of newbie friendly. And if I were playing Necromancer and I were looking for that first step into, you know, a really good build, it's probably where I'd start with a Berserker's Reaper, or, you know, a Berserker/Assassin's Reaper. Exactly, they get stuck on everything silver. Yeah, I love Ranger, but in World versus World, I feel the pet is more a liability than a boon. And I think really that really was the reason behind the design of Soul Beast in the first place. So I you know, I won't really enjoy. Robin in the chat saying I'm dissing her, baby. You know, I'm not. I think that Reaper has its place. It's just, I am one of those players that enjoys a higher APM playstyle. For those of you interested in the Twitch drops, they start in 2 hours and 15 minutes. Great. Those of you interested in that can definitely get in on that. Absolutely cool. For those of you guys throwing up updates and information in the chat, thank you so much. Honestly, as I'm trying to juggle all these things, I really appreciate those of you guys popping those little info posts. Absolutely huge. So, what else do we get? Reinforced potency, bonus damage per boon increased from 1 to 1.5%. This really helps Power Herald. This makes me want to play Power Herald. I think that might be the first thing we do after we're done these patch notes, is we may hop on a Power Herald. Vindicator. Look at this. Damage increases. What are we looking at? About a 10% overall damage increase on the Greatsword. Cool. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I like it. Gail says, I think that Reaper should have more character akin to the much stronger class character of the Scourge and Harbinger. Agree, Gail. You know, I think if I were really going to take Reaper that next step, and I'm not, you know, I'm not one of those armchair designers in this game, but I think what Reaper lacks is that beefy feeling that I want to come with it. It doesn't always feel as beefy, as tough, as strong as that kind of Dark Knight that it's supposed to be to me. The damage is there. I just don't feel that it's always... It always does the job kind of fulfilling the class fantasy of it in terms of its ability to take a hit. I mean, which is not to say that it can't take hits, and it's got the shroud and everything. It just, I don't always feel the way I think Reaper is supposed to feel. And I realize that's largely a subjective thing that I've just said, and largely a feeling versus fact kind of thing. Iron Phyllis, welcome to the stream. Bought this game 10 years ago, never got into it. Been playing non-stop the last couple of days, really enjoying it. Iron Phyllis, this is, for my money, the king of MMOs. I know it doesn't appeal to every MMO player. I understand the limitations of its appeal. That said, this game has always hit the sweet spot for me. Gail saying Core Necro feels a bit more fun, beefy than Reaper, just doing the work. You know, I was about to say I don't have any experience with that, but then I looked back on my my Let's Replay series where I actually leveled the Reaper. Sorry for the noise of my chair; it's a little squeaky. And I actually played through and leveled a Reaper, a Core Necro to the cap, and I think it's actually in an okay place, Core Necro. But that says I don't play pets. I don't play, I play pets. I don't play minions on Necro. I've just never enjoyed the play style. And I've said this before, my problem with pets on Necro is that I got used to pets in City of Heroes. And I really think that, if anything, Necro needs the ability to control its minions better, very much like the old Mastermind class in City of Heroes. Is where I am on that. So Caddy happy that Vindicator is getting a boost. Yes, she does like her Vindicator, Caddy does. Neocryptor, yeah, I think I may need to adjust some gear and try Power Herald myself. I think so too. I think that might be the play here in a little bit. I think that might be the play. Tempest, Power Herald so far being the big ones for me in this. Core Necro feels more... Yeah, said that already. I have a Power Herald, and I love it. The 50% crit from Fury really opens up equipment options. So there is some good flexibility in there, especially for adding Diviners or similar. Yes. I absolutely love playing Herald and Diviners gear. And in fact, I have it on my Herald. We'll take a look at that in a bit. Justin, I still hop between this and Guild Wars 1. We talked about that a little earlier today. Guild Wars 1 being one of those games I would like to take a look at some point in the future. That is why I usually only use one minion, if any, on a Necro. Yeah, but then the real power of Core Necro really comes from that. Let's go over Thief. In group content, Venoms can account for as much as 25% of a Thief condition damage build's total damage. Their solo damage is lacking in comparison. We're shifting some of that damage from Venom to direct attacks with increased condition duration. This makes me really happy. I am a really big enjoyer of Condi Daredevil, which is a build that really got obliterated with the launch of End of Dragons. You were using Torment runes in it at that point. for a little bit of sustain and a fair bit of a damage bump. Condi Daredevil is just so much fun, particularly when played on Asura for the animations. But yeah, so Deadeye and Daredevil both get power damage increases as well, giving those builds stronger top-end damage potential. This is really good. Power Daredevil, probably one I'm going to have to take another really strong look at with these changes, because that's another one of those specs that really is weak in open world, is Power Daredevil. Power Daredevil really needs some love. Really needs some love. Rudy Suri asking when the Guild Wars 2 release on Steam. It should be within. I heard it's at the top of the hour, or within 2 hours. Could be one of the two. If you give me a moment, let's just give me a second here. I will take a look and see if there is information up on the Reddit about it. Reddit being the best way to look for all information everywhere, because tribal knowledge, best knowledge. So I'm just going to refresh and take a look at this game update. So I don't really see. Steam forums are currently spreading a lot of misinformation about the game. Okay, whatever. I mean, that's what the Steam forums are for. Yeah, I'm actually not seeing a time launch for it, to be honest with you, but I'm thinking within the next 2 hours. Lex25, welcome to the stream. I got really lucky and got a confetti infusion a couple of days ago. So lucky. We'll let that plane pass for the extra memes. For those of you guys new to the stream, I live on the west coast of Vancouver Island. And on the west coast of Vancouver Island, there are a lot of seaplanes, and I live pretty much at the edge of the water. So that is why you will hear planes from time to time. So, yeah, the infusions, Caddy got a really good infusion there during the last festival. I think paid for a couple of legendaries of hers. Really nice. Yeah, so there we go. Should be coming soon. 6 minutes ago, Warwick Seeger, thank you very much for the subscription. Really appreciate that. All right, back to our patch notes exploration. So we got some changes to thief damage. I think these will all be really good. Again, you know, these are pretty significant changes, and I'm really going to have to just go in and start playing them to really take a look at it. Probably be our next step here. Maybe another airplane. It's like I'm being bombed. Seriously. We'll probably go out and smack some stuff here in a few minutes and really take a look at what these changes are offering us here at this point. So we'll kind of skim over these. These are damage increases, all fairly beefy damage increases, and really can't be bad. We'll take a look at that. Warrior's longbow updates will make arcing arrow relevant in PvE and turn smoldering arrow into a useful defiance bar breaker. We've also increased damage for several core weapons, elite specialization weapons, and traits. If you can, you know, if ArenaNet can make Spellbreaker viable in in open world again, I will be very, very happy. As much as I am enjoying Bladesworn, and I am enjoying the living fuck out of Bladesworn, I would far rather play Spellbreaker just for the class fantasy. Everyone knows Pistol Thief is the best thief. I highly disagree. Staff Thief is always going to be one of my favorite. Staff Thief is going to be one of my absolutely favorite specs in any MMO in terms of the way that it plays its melee damage. I'm such a fan of it. Oh, wow. Getting a bit of a show off of the new back piece. Oh, no, these are the new gloves. Well, those might be a little overdone. Sorry, for those of you guys, let me just show you this. These are the new gloves that Robin just linked in the chat. They might be a little bit much. All right, let us conclude our patch notes exploration here. We get some damage buffs to greatsword, to sword offhand. These are all really, 20% damage increases, 10, 15%. These are significant. This is a very exciting patch, you guys. This is a very exciting patch. Oh, look at this. A bunch of changes to dagger, what I was just talking about. I mean, this is a really big damage increase on dagger. Huh, interesting. That is it, my friends. That is our patch notes. I would like that, but I am banned on the forums. So I'm going to hide this. Oops. I'm going to hide this. There we go. All right. So I think our first step here is let's go and take a look. We can't actually measure these things very well without ARC being updated, but we will absolutely go ahead and since I'm on my Tempest, let's go and hit a bounty and try this. Hey, those of you guys who are out there who'd like to join in the derping as we go around, we'll probably test a few builds here before we try anything else. And what I'm actually going to do here is first start with the Power Tempest. If you would like to join in the fun, I am going to make a private squad. So bear with me here. And I'm going to encourage any of you guys who would like to join to send me an in-game whisper to MindCircus1506. We'll hit a few bounties. We'll see how it plays. And then we'll test out some of the other changes. So let us create a squad. Let's set a really nice color on that. Let us set this to private so that I am not one of those guys. And let us catch up with chat. I guess I can kill this window and this one. And here we go. I made a Spellbreaker and went meh, and then threw him into a new career as a crystal farmer. Yeah. See, the problem here, what do we got? We got Caddy on... Wow. Is Midnight really playing Thief? Oh, she's playing her Reaper. She's playing her Reaper, and we got a Caddy on Condi Rev. So let's take a look at how we do on the Champion Sand Snare and make her happen. No other class lets you hit the 3 keys with such fervor. Indeed. Guys, I love Spellbreaker from a class fantasy standpoint. I'm a really big fan. But wish I had Arc at this point. Let's take a look at how we do. Let's kill some dudes. Wow. Hard to measure without Arc, but it feels better. Getting new achievements or the new dope. So nice. Wow. Well, those numbers are, at this point, nothing special. I'll probably have to take a stronger look in a little bit. Not seeing it. I'll probably have to play with the build a little bit more. But at this point, I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it totally. But, again, hard to tell without Arc up. Would be cool if they rework Spellbreaker utility skills. Hard to think of a better candidate. Lex, I am in complete agreement with you. The utility skills are pretty lackluster on Spellbreaker until you get into World versus World. And then the problem is in World versus World, you want to be on Spellbreaker. You generally want to be playing the shouts as well, right? Like, you want to play that fun shout heal support warrior. At least that's how I like to play it. You know, that's not awful. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Once you get to the mic cap, that starts to make a big difference. But I'm noticing my build here isn't really doing any fury, so I'm gonna have to take a look at that. Because I'm not getting a lot of benefit, but you know that seemed pretty easy. But I think at this point our big question is about Revenant. So I'm gonna grab me a power rev, and we will take a look at what's going on. All right. Again, welcome to the stream, those of you guys who are new and just enjoying the sound of my dulcet tones. I think after the break, I will unleash the big surprise I was talking to you all about later, or earlier anyways. A 4 wins prize bag. Okay. The first thing we'll do is go to Crystal Oasis to grab the bounty, and then I'll take a look at my build and make sure we're in the right place. Get a good idea of how this is going to play. Probably, I'm not sure Marauders is really the play for open world, but let us take a look. I believe I am in Marauders with pack runes. No, I am in Diviners with pack runes. This is a great sword and staff. Let us take this out. Let us play with, let's unequip the great sword. Let us unequip a staff. And what do you guys think? We will run for power. We're actually going to do it. We will run the hammer for the memes, and then we will do sword, shield. Caddy, if you wish you had this waypoint here, you could always teleport to a friend. You really could. It's a thing. Recharging teleport to friend. Look at that. Okay. What I'm going to do is we will customize. We'll go sword. And we will set this for diviners as well. And then we will do the hammer on diviners. Yep. Oh, you know, that new little clicky bit, that just doesn't do it for me. Okay, so now we're going to need some sigils. We got a sigil of force here. We're going to need another one of these in here. And then what do you think? Sigil of... what else do we got? Sure, let's use a sigil of concentration in each of these, just for the memes. This brings our what? Our boon duration up to 97%. I think we can live with that. That's really nice. We also have to change the skin on the sword because I can't run Shining Blade on a Norn. I am too much of a nerd. Wardrobe, we'll just put the Tengu Echo Blade on that, I think. There we go. Okay, so I'm on a Vindicator build. That's also not right. So what do we think? Invocation, Rolling Mists, Charged Mists, or Call of the Song of the Mists? Probably Rolling Mists, Incensed Response, Rapid Flow, Spirit Boon. I think we're in the right place there. Rising Tide. Yeah, I think that looks right. What do? We run Devastation, Unsuspecting Strikes, Thrill of Combat, and Swift Termination. If you are out there and a Revenant player and you are going to hold me to another level and you don't think these are the play, I do think these are the play, however. And then let us take a look at Herald, Rising Momentum. This is the one we really, we don't want. We want, Rising Momentum sounds all right. Okay. Shared Empowerment, Shining Aspects, Hardening Persistence. Yeah, Shared Empowerment's nice. Draconic Echo, Elevated Compassion, or Forceful Persistence. Forceful Persistence, I think, is what we'll do. Vishnu, amazing. I thank you. Thank you very much. There we go. So that would be a build. I guess we'll run what? Dragon and Assassin? Yeah. Any of you guys want to call me out on my build there? Please do. Let us go. We will wait a few moments while Robin, get some coffee. Again, those of you guys who want to join up, I am running a squad here. Mine Circus 1506. We're just going to run a couple of bounties on the new builds and try it out. So yeah. That is a serious sky scale right there. That is a. What do you think, Caddy? Are your eyes burned? Caddy is ready to play. All right, let's do this. Let us go and hit something. Let me put my sky scale on instead of my griffin. Those of you guys who may be new to the game, may have never played the game, I'm just going to put this out once. There are MMOs with mounts, and then there is Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2's mount system is absolutely the most impressive mount system in all of MMOs. And if you haven't ever played Guild Wars 2 and you enjoy mounts in MMOs, Guild Wars 2's mount system, absolutely killer. Absolutely killer. Oh, it looks like somebody's already fighting it, so let us assist them. Sorry if you're soloing it, pal. This is how we roll, and this is payback from all the other times that people have... Oh, that is a nice damage bump to power rev, folks. Oh. Okay, the power bump to power rev is real. So let's see how that hammer goes. Yeah, look at that. 7K auto attacks? Are you kidding me? Oh. Did they actually make hammer rev viable? Ooh. Jack P, expect buying skins from the store? Yes. If you're worried about pay to win, there are certain pay to win parts of Guild Wars 2. The cosmetic progression in Guild Wars 2 is absolutely pay to win. No question about it. Anybody who says the cosmetic progression in this game is not in the gem store is high on major copium. High on major copium. Let's do Zeke or Zelk. But yeah, hey, power hammer rev, guys. If they have made power hammer rev a thing, then they have done more in this one patch for the build craft of Guild Wars 2 than any other patch. Well, there are a lot. I mean, there's a lot of cosmetics in the game that are not gem store related, but a lot of the cosmetic progression in this game is absolutely in the gem store. I missed the hammer when the hubs came back from the store. How is it? I'm on it. Still on it here. And it's legit. I mean, I'm not sure what else to tell you. It's not. I mean, in this scenario, let's be clear. I mean, we aren't talking about raids and fractals here, right? We're talking about open world derping. But it's solid. It's really solid. Like, it's now a usable second weapon. Like, not gonna front, you're still gonna want to use the swords, you know, or something else for your main weapons, for your melee weapons, but I think they've made it a viable alternative. Let's go back to the hammer. You know, a 7K, 8K auto attack, 8.5K auto attack, that's not bad. Much better than it was before anyways. I'm happy with that. Let's go in here and heal up. There we go. Good usable second weapon should be for every weapon. I agree. I think every weapon. But hammer on rev, see, the problem why Hammer on Rev was such a problem was Revenant outside of Shortbow. Revenant doesn't have a whole lot of power options when it comes to ranged. Oh, I like this a lot, you guys. I wish I had Arc up to really give a good idea, but I am really enjoying this. Holy smokes. Huh. The important next step is, let's put a better skin on it. I do have the legendary hammer, but sure is not the right skin for this character. And yeah, it's important. The Light Ward's Battle Hammer, however, is perfect. There we have it. Yeah, wow. What else are we gonna... What would be another good try here on this one? Probably... Yeah, we'll do one more bounty, and then I'll take a look at another tune. And if you guys are out there and you'd like to take, if there's something you'd like me to take a look at here in terms of the changes in the build craft, etc., if you've got a favorite spec that got nerfed or bumped today that you'd like me to take a look at, I may have the ability to do so. So just, X up in the chat, so to speak, and let's hear what you're interested in. I'm more than willing to try a couple of different things here. So do keep that in mind. We'll keep this interactive. Let us make flight. Very interesting. Power Rev being a thing is very exciting to me. Sorry, is this base Revenant? Though this is Power Herald, Ben. Power Herald. With some of the changes that went into play today. A lot of changes to the base, to a bunch of power builds today, to be honest with you. So, not base Core Rev. And in fact, if you want to play Core Rev, I'm still going to tell you to play Core Rev in Condi and in Celestial Gear. I really am. I really think it's better that way. How's the Hammer Hunter? Forgot the spec from EOD. You are talking about Hammer Untamed. Hammer Untamed. I enjoyed Untamed. I don't know if I gave Hammer its due in terms of my patience on it. I sure do like Untamed. I like Untamed in both Power and Condi iterations. Probably better to play Untamed for Condi if you want to play it. But I enjoy it for Power. That's how I enjoy it, playing it the most. Wow, these numbers are really nice. Okay. We can back off and do a comfortable amount of damage. Coalescence of Ruin is still there. Gail says, my son's loving his Untamed a lot. Yeah, Untamed is a good spec. Probably needed a couple of the hits the bumps that it got in the last balance patch, but they tuned it in the correct direction. Wow, guys, that is really cool. This is probably worthy of a video at this point. We'll have to tune it a little bit, but we are really in a good place. Really in a good place. Goodbye. Alright, let's take this dude out. And we'll take a look at something else. If you got something you wanted me to take a look at, hit me up in the chat. But I'm going to go... wait a second, who is that? Is that somebody we know? No, it is just some really cool people RPing. Okay, Mind Over Meta, you think to just start with the base game to level 80 is okay? Absolutely, absolutely. And in fact, you could probably get a really good idea of where you want to go in this game. 1 to 80 with just the base game without putting out any money for an expansion. This game's got a very, very generous free-to-play experience. You will run into some problems in terms of its quality of life. But you can absolutely get there. And in terms of free-to-play experiences in MMOs, particularly the big five MMOs. And when I'm talking about the big five MMOs, I'm talking about World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy, ESO, Guild Wars 2, and probably these days, what's number 5? I don't know. That's the big four. In terms of the big four, it's probably got the second best free-to-play alternative. Yeah, Star Wars The Old Republic I would throw in number 5. I'm probably wrong about the numbers on that. But the only MMO I think that's got a better free-to-play experience is probably Star Wars The Old Republic. Because you can play through all those class stories on Star Wars The Old Republic without ever paying a dime. So that is one thing to keep in mind. I think the free to play experience in SWTOR is a little better, but this is a much better game, a much deeper game, a much more enjoyable game. The competitive scene in terms of its PvP and its world versus world is probably the best in MMOs. I can't think of an MMO with a better competitive scene. There's probably more people playing World of Warcraft's competitive scene, but yeah. So yeah, I cannot stress enough that if you are a new player and looking to get into the game and waiting for the Steam launch here, which should be coming up here presently, you could do a lot worse than Guild Wars 2. You really could. I am an evangelist. Let's keep this in mind that I don't get paid for my evangelism of this game. I am not an ArenaNet partner. I don't get a kickback. And oh my God, Midnight bought the horse. Stop, Midnight. Stop moving. Let us. Oh, look at the effects. Look at that. That is so pretty. Good job, ain't it? Good job. I'm impressed. Sorry, didn't mean to go off on a tangent, but that is kind of what I do on this channel. But getting back to what I was talking about, you can, I mean, you've got a good 40, 50 hours of entertainment just from the download without putting money into it. What I will say on top of that is that I honestly feel the money I have spent on this game in terms of the expansions has absolutely been the best value in gaming that I have ever experienced. I think the only better money, the only thing that comes close in terms of money versus time spent for me was I got a copy of Don't Starve for $8 and it gave me a second copy for free, and I played a lot of Don't Starve. But in terms of the actual money that I've spent on the expansions, and the value that I get out of this game, it's off the hook. It's absolutely off the hook. Getting better, back to the chat here. They did nothing with Virtuoso today. They absolutely did nothing. Gail's saying, I haven't won, but I haven't explored his death. It's very solid for the Untamed noob like me. Yeah, Untamed is really in a good place. So it looks like a few hours before the Steam launch, if I'm not mistaken. For the Steam launch in Europe. Okay, understood. Just catching back up. So no, NeoCryptor, they did nothing with Virtuoso today, either Power or Condi. I don't think Virtuoso needed a bump. I think Virtuoso is in a very good place, and I actually it's one of those rare conditions where I don't see it really needing a bunch of nerfing either. I think Virtuoso really does what it does well. It's selfish DPS, and it kills. It absolutely kills. Okay, should one buy the expansions? Why should one buy the expansions? The expansions are quality of life, obviously. Once you pay for the game... Oh, Shiro. You so crazy. So yeah, the quality of life is one thing. You're going to be cut off from the certain parts of the game in terms of chat, trading, etc. But the real reason to buy the expansions is the actual content, the elite spec. So every class will get what's called an elite spec. If you've never played Guild Wars 2, you have what are called specifications when you're creating your tunes. So you've got 3 specification lines. One of these lines will be gated by every expansion. glad the noise is just awesome here. We'll let this emergency vehicle. Clearly a fire truck because we don't need police in Canada. But getting back to what I was saying, yeah, so we've got this thing here called Herald. Herald is what is called an elite spec. So we have elite specs and we have core specs. One elite spec will be gated by every expansion. So that is one of the big gameplay things that you will need an expansion for. So, for example, I am currently playing the Herald elite spec. The Herald elite spec comes with Heart of Thorns. You get Heart of Thorns when you buy Path of Fire these days. It's tremendous value. Tremendous value. So then if I want to play Vindicator, which is another elite spec, and the elite specs really do change the way that your characters play. You will, if I want to buy Vindicator, I'll need End of Dragons. If I want to play Renegade, I'll need to have purchased Path of Fire. So that is kind of the short end of that. And then there's content. There's story content. The amount of story content you get per expansion in terms of the actual story itself may not be a huge amount. You'll probably get about 10 or so hours of just the story. But what you will also get are the maps that come with the story. So in Guild Wars 2, the open world experience is of much bigger import than it is in other MMOs that actually lean more into the instance content. So you'll spend a lot more of your time in open world, completing achievements, etc. And that is another big part of what you get. So I'm looking at the map right now, and when it came to Path of Fire, we were given Desert Highlands, Crystal Oasis, Eon Riverlands, the Desolation, and the Domain of Vabi. We also got a new guild hall in the Windswept Haven. All of these maps are, depending on how quick you play, how much you like to play them, hours and hours of entertainment. And then another good example, we can go down here and take a look. This is the stuff that was added with End of Dragons. So again, we got 4 maps with End of Dragons, and a new guild hall. These are all, of course, thematically different. And again, you will spend hours just exploring the maps, getting through all of these things. So the expansions really are huge value in terms of the amount. Now, another thing about these maps, the ones in the End of Dragons, were a little bit more focused on the open world meta events. So what meta events are big group event chains, so big things to do with extra people. Make these maps really replayable in terms of that. So yeah, let us catch back up on this here. I really was hoping for core experience they would fix the Condi issue on the static objects in core. Sober Squid, I'm going to be honest with you, there are a lot of reasons not to play Condi while you level. And then once you get to the cap, it doesn't really hit you that hard. The destructible objects isn't really a big deal. Vindicator good. Vindicator good. They got some buffs, Jack. Vindicator got some great sword buffs, which are pretty good. Expansions also offer mounts, gliders. Yes, each expansion will also offer some traversal options. The mount system gated behind Path of Fire. The glider system gated behind Heart of Thorns. That's a very good point. Very good point. What is the icon over your head? This is what is called a commander icon. So what in Guild Wars 2 I have the ability to do is create a squad and put this icon over my head. This icon right now is only visible on stream and to the people who are in my group. And what that means is that I could go ahead and just unclick this where it says private squad and anybody on the map could see me. What that does is gives people the ability to actually pull up the map and very much like this, see that icon on their map and know where to go, is one of the best things. It also gives me the ability to sort squads. I could make, separate squads here for other people. Offers a lot of quality of life. Good news is that you can buy the expansions bundled for a good savings. Gail is absolutely right. The expansions are not expensive. And NeoCryptor's bringing up what's called living world content. Living world content is absolutely part of this. So what living world content is are the I don't know, is living world coming back? What living world content was the content that got released between expansions. So you get a couple of hours of story content, well, an hour and a half worth of story content. Then you get a whole new map to explore. A good example of one of these maps would be this map here, so Sandswept Isles. So you get a whole new map to explore, some extra things to do, achievements, things like that. The really great thing about this was this is free as long as you logged in while it was active. Living World is probably one of my favorite things about the Guild Wars 2 economic model, about the business model of it. But is it coming back? We don't know. Sober Squid says one thing to note and a reason to possibly hold off on the expansions. They did announce a bundle pack that includes all 3 expansions as well as Living World as a Steam bundle. That is a good point. The other thing to note, if you are getting into this game today or looking to get into this game over the next little while, I think is the fact that we're in our 10th anniversary. I would wait probably about 2-3 weeks to spend any money on the game until, because there's sales coming up. There'll be a lot of sales. So make sure, you give a couple of days before you put out any money. Is it actually worth playing without the expansion? Because I couldn't imagine running around the world without a mount. Well, Bryn, here is the thing about that. The game itself was released without mounts. The core experience of the game, so pretty much all the maps we are looking at right now, with a few exceptions, Lake Doric, Siren's Landing, a couple of the other ones over here. This is the core experience of the game. There is a lot of content around here that was made to play without mounts. Now, if you've ever played another MMO, I'm just going to pop to another map. And Caddy and Robin, thank you so much for your patience as I do this. But I'm going to pop over to one of these other maps and give you kind of a demonstration. Mounts are not needed for the core game. They certainly make things a little bit faster, but in terms of your first playthrough, you're probably better playing without mounts. Let me sort this back here. Okay. So what you notice here on this map are these little things called waypoints, and these waypoints are quick travel points. So I have the ability to be at this waypoint and then quickly just go over to this waypoint. So I don't need a mount. The game is calibrated in its core experience to not have one. Do the mounts make things easier? Absolutely. Absolutely, they make things easier. But you also miss a lot of tutorialization that this game does by getting mounts early. And you have to kind of break the story. So is the game worth getting? The game is more enjoyable without mounts at the early level. This may not be a popular thing to say. A lot of people may disagree with what I just said, but I honestly feel that the game is more interesting and more engaging without mounts at early levels. And I'm going to do a little demo of this and kind of explain why. So when you are first playing this game, you've got something here on the map called a vista point. And what a vista point does is just a mark of map completion that allows us to go ahead and just mark it, view a cutscene, and mark a little bit of the map as explored. And if we're looking at this, the question becomes, when I'm standing down here, how do I get that? Because I don't have a mount that will get up any of these things. And how do I get to this vista point? And there comes some exploration and a little bit of gaming into kind of getting there. So I'm going to, look around about how to get that. And I see, oh, well, these look like steps, don't they? Okay. So I got a little bit of a jumping puzzle here to kind of find my way over to the vista. So what I'm getting is a little bit of exploration while I'm involved in it, and then I can go ahead and I can hit that Oh, let me hit it again, let you view it. Well, I can hit the right button. Right? So we get this little cutscene that says, ooh, pretty. And it's actually involved in the lore, and it's kind of saying you should go over here and check this out and get involved in the lore of the game and the world building. And part of what makes Guild Wars 2 so absolutely fantastic is the world building. So we've done that. Now, the difference between what I just did and, well, I've got my sky scale, and now I can just go up here. Well, what value was that experience, right? So the game itself is calibrated through the 1 to 80 experience and the core experience not to need the mounts and to be a little bit more rewarding of an experience. If you are a zoomer and just want everything fast, then yeah, you're going to need the expansions and you're going to do it right away. Going to do it right away. Let me catch up with the chat. I'm looking at getting into the game. I'm excited. Jim, we are looking forward to having you. Demas, BDHS. Hiya, Mind Over Matter. Hiya, Demas. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to Steam launch day. Can Steam players play with normal client players, or are there separate servers? Jim, there are actually the servers in Guild Wars 2. The short answer to your question is everybody can play together. The next answer to your question is it doesn't matter what server you pick for any PvE activities. There's what is called a mega server system in Guild Wars 2. So I can be on one server, you can be on another, but we'll still end up playing together in PvE. We'll still end up on the same maps together in PvE because it puts people into instances of open world maps instead of being on a server with one with one live instance and one dead instance. What it will do is make, everybody from every server into 15 live instances, I guess is the best way to put that. So the benefit of that is the game always feels alive with other players regardless, and you can always play with your friends. Now, the caveat to this is the world versus world experience. I won't go off too much on that tangent. It does at this point currently matter what server you pick for world versus world. It's how the teams get split up, but even that is on its way out. They're looking to replace that with a different system called alliances. So, the short answer is it doesn't matter what server I've picked. The only thing that matters is whether I am on EU or NA. So when I'm joining, I have the ability to set myself on EU servers or on North American servers. Those two cannot play together. But the Steam client will have the exact same options as the normal one. And again, back to the whole point, servers don't mean much in Guild Wars 2. If you're used to playing a game like WoW or SWTOR or any of the other major MMOs, you're really used to that server meaning something. Server means very little in Guild Wars 2 and nothing in Guild Wars 2 PvE. I totally forgot about that. I just wanted to experience the world more. If you want to experience the world, Jim, then play it free to play. Play it free to play and get in there. Even HOT was pre-mount. Silver Squid is absolutely correct. Even HOT can be done without mounts. And again, it's a more engaging experience for it. Really is. Really is. CJJE, I want to try to do a mountless HOT story playthrough and get to the real Heart of Darkness experience. You know something, CJJE? I've heard a lot of ideas for like runs of games and stuff like that. I think some kind of HOT playthrough would be really interesting for people. Now that you bring that up, you've just put that in my head. Centuriolus, even EOD exploration lost a lot of its charm because of the sky scale. Did it, or was it focused around the sky scale? Because I think the only reason they had those kind of, what are those, the lines, the zip lines. The only reason they had those zip lines is for people without the mounts, I think. I don't know. I could be wrong. As someone who plays with only a bunny, the EOD was 1,000% made for sky scales. It sure was. Does it lose anything for that is the question. And I think yeah. I think it does. I think if you're spending all your time in the air, you miss a lot. You miss a lot in this game. That was one of the things I brought up. Catch up on subscriptions here. Ben Beckwer, thank you for the subscription. Tao Delsane, thank you. Thank you for the subscription. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I couldn't imagine playing with only a bunny. Honestly, yeah, EOD was made for the sky scale. I do think it loses something. I think the moment you're flying over ambient threat, you start absolutely losing something. Guys, I am going to burb for about 5 minutes, and then I will be right back. So, I think I will put this up. Be right back. So I'm back, and I promised you guys a surprise today, didn't I? Priller Falcus, thank you for the subscription. Really appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Yeah, let's get the surprise going, shall we? Bear with me for a moment. First thing I'm going to do is move something over here. move some things around. You are going over here. All right. What is happening? Well, I'm gonna tell you now. It's a big moment for the stream, and the content for the content in general. To be honest with you guys, what am I doing here? Is whoop. There I am. Okay, so I do appreciate that the white balance is a little bit off, but there we have it. What is going on? So, saw some donations to the stream over the last couple of weeks. I think I'm going to have to hit the balance on that. That is super white. I have some problems. With the lighting in this room that I'm looking to solve over the next little while. But here we go. Let me, I gotta bring up the properties on this and get the white balance down a little bit. So let us do that. Let us configure this video and try and bring the brightness down. Sorry guys, I'm still kind of accounting for the fact that I play in a place with a fair bit of natural light. And I'm probably gonna have to move my desk at some point. There we have it. All right, there it is. It happened. Lemuel Z was one of the contributors to the stream, and Licentian, one of the biggest contributors to the stream financially, and I've used the money from that to make this happen. Yeah. No. Oh wow, that is really light, isn't it? Let us configure this a little higher. Sorry about the brightness, guys, but this room does have an insane amount of natural light. I think I'll just leave it like this for the time being. Probably reduce the contrast a little bit. Hey, that'll be a little bit better. Let us reduce our saturation a little bit. So that's too much. And there we have it, my friends. Me and my Bruce Lee t-shirt, ready to kick a little ass. Yeah, so putting a face to the voice here today on Mind Over Meta. I think we'll just leave this here. I guess I can get rid of this. That covers the chat box, and we are good to go. So there we have it, my friends. I'm older than dirt. I'm all right with that. And let's catch up with the chat. Yep. And the favorite t-shirt. Thanks. Yeah. I got to do some work on it. Like I say, I'm aware that the white balance is way too high. And a lot of this comes from the fact that I've got a very bright natural light behind me. What up, sexy mister? You are starting. Are you starting a stream guild? Jim, we do have a stream guild. It's called Cats. And if you want to, you will message Catty or myself. Message me in game. I believe I have the ability to add you to Cats. It is absolutely open there. Robin says you could be my best friend, John's brother. I am. There you go. I hate the font YouTube uses. Poor mine trying to read the text. Oh, Tau D Insane. There we go. Tau D Insane. I got it. Sky scale is just for convenience. I remember the first time I saw someone shooting over the sky with a griffin. It was magic. I love the griffin. The sky scale, however, just becomes the default. It really does. You know what? HOT had an amazing soundtrack. I absolutely agree. But for my money, I liked the End of Dragon soundtrack. I was a big fan of it. So yeah, there we got it. We have me up on the screen here. This is my next step in my career. I do have the ability later on to do things like blue screening and chroma keying out the background, and I will get into that as I build this. So yeah, emote and earn prizes and chieves. Okay, I will cry. Oh, there we go. Using emotes completed. I have earned an emote. There we go. Let us get back to the chat. Woohoo, face over meta. Yeah, it's happening. It's happening. And the favorite t-shirt. Yeah, I actually wore this just for you, Caddy, to be honest with you. That and the fact that when I was growing up, Bruce Lee was like the toughest man in the world. You know, the question was Bruce Lee or Chuck Norris, and Bruce Lee always won. Need to wait for the launch. Yeah. I always thought you were younger than me. I think we were close. I'm a little old. I'm a little old. I've been playing video games since I was 10 years old on an Atari 2600. Thank you, sir. You can always use NVIDIA Broadcast. Yeah, I actually, I've been using Stream Elements. It helps. And it actually does it. Got it all. Thank you. Welcome to the Scream. Neo Cryptor. I'm 45. I'm a little older than you. Gail, there are quite a few of us on the older side of life. Yes. Yar's Revenge, best revenge. Caddy really pulling it out with the Yar's Revenge there. Or Joust. I was a big Joust fan, actually. Darth, I am 40. Yeah, a little older than you. Oh, Midnight coming in here telling us she's 55. Midnight, you are a little older than I am, but not by much.
Okay, I'm starting to feel young.
Okay, I'm starting to feel young. I'm 25. I just
started playing a decade
ago at 20. The game being a decade old destroys
me.
me.
You get past a certain
point. You realize that this is not a big deal.
You just don't.
Let's.
I'm actually going to swap tune,
and I'm going to take a look at these Spellbreaker changes. To be honest with you guys, I'm just going to
get into that for a few moments.
CJJE.
Gail, I think Gail wins then.
I think Gail is on top at that point.
Getting a bit of an echo.
An echo? An echo?
Take a look at that.
Let me take a look at that.
I wonder why. Bear with me here for a moment. Huh. Camera control. Just bringing up something.
It's supposed to work. Oh, there it is. How about now? No, that's there. Use custom audio device. Okay. How does this sound now? Do I still have echo? And I'll wait for you guys to go before I do that. I appreciate you guys, hanging with me through this. Good. All right. Cool. Settings are hard, yo. Thank you very much for helping me resolve that. What is that helmet, by the way? This is a gem store piece. I'll pop back in, and then I'll figure out what it is, and then take our next. Yeah, thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, no looping. All right. Well, interesting. Things you learn while streaming MMORPGs. Oh, we got some people here. So this is the Raven Helm is the name for it. So the Raven Helm, yeah, this is a gem store piece. It's not always available, but it really is a fantastic headpiece. And it's only sold as the one piece. It's not like an outfit or anything like that. I think it runs 500 or 600 gems. It's not awful. Yeah, I like it. I like it for this character. I got like characters in my head about these things. So yeah, let's go back and let's take a look at Spellbreaker and get into it. Yeah, the helm looks very Hawkman from DC. Speaking of Hawkman, I think Caddy's got a new alt that is based on the old Flying Hawk guys from Flash Gordon. It's truly hideous. Oh, you deleted it. Oh, sad face. All right, let's take a look at some Spellbreaker. I'm curious. Let us absolutely take a look at some Spellbreaker here at this point. All right, so here we have a Bladesworn build. These are actually character-specific achievements. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, so what are we gonna play with Spellbreaker here? What is this? This is not the play. This might be the play. So Great Sword and Dagger. I'm thinking Dagger. Do I have any daggers on me becomes the next question. There is a dagger. Here is another dagger. Okay, so we got some Berserker's weapons there. We like that. We got the sword, which is in Marauders. We're in Marauders armor. Okay, well that's pretty strong. That's decent gear. Do we have sigils in these weapons? Force and strength. Battle and strength. That'll work. All right, let's go over to build. And this is open world spellbreaker build. All right, what do we have here? Strength, discipline, and spellbreaker. All right, well, let's see how this works here. I'll catch up with chat in a moment. Let's hit something. Let's see what happens. We'll take the occultist again because he's easy to get to. And we'll take a look at spellbreaker. I don't know. Probably really have to deep dive into this. I can't probably, off the top of my head, come up with something that would be impressive. But we'll get a good idea of how it works compared to the old spellbreaker that I was rolling. Wait for some pals here, and then we'll catch up. Yeah, dagger axe is probably the play, to be honest with you. We'll probably have to, or I like going dagger dagger axe axe or axe dagger dagger axe is how I like playing it. But let's see how that goes. Well, it's better. It's definitely better. Messed my full counter there. Huh. It's definitely better. Oh, yeah. And me without a ranged option. I love it. Okay, we'll wait until that actually... You know, this is the thing about bringing a build that you haven't really tuned for anything, but this is starting to feel good. It makes me really want to put the axes on. I'll be honest with that, but the axes didn't get a bump or anything today. Wow, I wish ARC was working. I really wish ARC was working. Let's see. I keep blowing my full counter. Seems a lot more survivable than it used to, too. Interesting. Just got some mail. I'll take a look at that in a moment. All right. There we go. There we go. Not bad. Not bad at all, actually. So for those of you wondering, I'm running a build that uses Might Makes Right, which gives you a little more sustain than you get off most warrior builds. I'm a fan of it. I'm a fan. I'll catch back up with chat in a moment here. How did he evade that, really? It's not bad. I mean, the Might's capped. Fury's capped. What more do you want out of a power build, really? Okay, those autos are starting to chunk up nicely. Huh. Yeah. Yes, sir, I like it. He doesn't want to attack me, though. I'm, again, blowing the mechanic because I'm not paying super attention. Bear with. There we go. Yeah, I think I'll put on some axes after this and try another one, but, you know, this may have made Spellbreaker okay. Let's take the greatsword off. Remove, unequip, and I'm pretty sure I have a couple of axes. Yep. There we go. So what are these? Berserkers and Marauders, Force and Battle. Oh, here's what we want to do. We want to do that. Dagger, axe, axe, dagger. Okay. Do we play? I play on NA. I actually don't have an EU account. Yeah, no, I'm an NA player. Absolutely. jQuery is the server that we're on. If you're worried about servers, yeah, jQuery is where I'm on. Hello, I would like to join your streaming guild if it's not too much trouble. Yeah, let me see. Can I add somebody like this? No. So have our trim. So if I friend. What's the command here? Bear with me here for a few moments. Tarim. And then I go to my pals and is this person on? Let's try it this way. Tarim. Nope. Plus. Maybe we do it this way. Havatarim. And let me try it this way. Nope. Okay. Havatarim. Reply. Send me an in-game message because I am a scrub and can't figure out how to add you otherwise. There we have it. Okay. Sent. Got you when it launches. I'll join jQuery. G invite Havatarim. Oh, yeah, you know, probably. Let me try that. I may not even have the ability to do that. Let me copy and paste that. We'll see. I'm really bad at the social aspect of this game. It's kind of why I have friends. Nope. I don't know if that did it. Hopefully that message will go through. There we go. Onwards. Darth Calliope. Sorry, that's me. Sorry. Yeah. Just send me a message in game. Oh, that's why I can't get. Yeah, that's why I can't add you. Because you actually have to be online. There we have it. Almost looking at what I'm talking about. Let's do another one of these because wow, that was pretty cool actually. I was actually enjoying Spellbreaker for a moment. If they made Spellbreaker and Rev Hammer viable on this patch, then I think they've done more than we really wanted them to. And then we'll take our next step. Where is the sand snare? The sand snare is over here. Yeah, Darth Calliope will send that out. Okay, cool. Onwards. Yeah, so I guess we still don't have a Steam launch. We're still waiting for that. Launch in an hour. Good. Okay. Definitely hang here on this for an hour. Yeah, good. Okay, cool. We managed to use basic features of, of Guild Wars 2. And I feel good about that. It's almost like an actual stream. Screw you, dog. All right. I will wait for some. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna go in and see how I do against this by myself on my Spellbreaker. There he is. So yeah, axe, dagger, axe. Hit me. There we go. Oh. Huh. Was it enough to solo a Desert Bounty and Marauder's gear? Maybe not. But, yeah, it's still pretty nice. Help if I weren't having to deal with Polluter. Very nice. Yeah, I'll buy it. Sorry, guys. Tabbed out. No, not a problem. Oh, yeah, no, I'm sitting here in the Polluter. Go, JBot Power. Caddy, get out of the stuff. There we go. Yeah, Polluter's gonna really hurt this build because of the lack of ranged on it, and that was a problem with this build before. So you know that's on me for not using a ranged weapon. But you know what am I gonna use? Rifle on warrior? I don't know. Feels good though. Feels good. The sustain is there anyways. So what do we got there? 51k off that? I'll take it. I'll take 51k off that. This should be about 17, 19. Cool. All hail, glorious leader. You are invited to the guild. There we have it. People have been invited. Yeah. I don't know. This is playing a lot better than it was. It's going to need a whole lot more testing, but it certainly is improved. Certainly is improved. Huh. Any ideas when the game will launch on Steam? In about an hour is the thought at this point. Yeah, so not exactly sure. It was more just about coming to hang with y'all, but okay. I gotta stop standing in polluter. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. It's enough that I'm going to have to spend a whole bunch of time with it. And that is probably the best news this patch could have given me. Probably some of the best news this patch could have given me. Tempest changes. We'll know better when Art comes back, but that feels pretty beefy. Would love to hear your thoughts on Thief. I played it a bunch at launch, 350 hours or so. I'm still in love with Core Thief, but it's so... So, what do you like the most these days? I have not played it today with the changes, but there are a lot of really cool ways to play Thief. The new Elite spec for Thief is really powerful. The new Elite spec for Thief is called Spectre, and it is really strong. Core Thief, I haven't seen anything that would improve what I think was the problem with Thief in general, and that was its survivability. It does good damage. Thief does good damage. But the problem with Daredevil, Deadeye specifically, is that most specs these days, in addition to doing really strong damage, will also give you a fair bit of survivability. And there isn't really a Thief spec that does that. You know, the classic Thief mechanic that gives it its edge in competitive, being stealth, is not of a ton of value in PvE. You know, stealth is good for cheesing mechanics, and really that's about it. And that puts Thief in a weird spot. Now, I haven't played it today. There were some very significant buffs to power Daredevil. A couple to, I think, Deadeye saw a little bit of a bonus as well. I'm going to mess these guys up by launching a bounty in the middle of this, aren't I? Okay, well, so be it. So, yeah, I mean, Thief probably over the last couple of years my least played spec, and it's not because it's bad, it's just because it's outshined. If you're not going in and fighting things like champions solo and stuff like that, then Thief is just fine. Thief is actually quite good. But when it comes to big game hunting solo, you start feeling the problems with Thief. So that's a playstyle thing, right? Like, not everybody wants to go in solo champions all the time. But when you're talking about what makes a good build in... Whoops, I blew my 5 on that one. But when you're talking about what makes a good open world build or a good PvE build, and I mean specifically for open world, you know, instance content is different. In instance content, there's no reason not to play Thief. Thief is a really good me DPS, no-brainer, hit stuff, let somebody else heal you kind of thing. There's no problem with Thief in that regard. But when it comes to open world, yeah, it does lag behind. It does lag behind some of the other options. That said, Spectre is just fine. I'm just sitting there taking all the damage. So that's kind of how I feel about it. It's not terrible, but again, yeah, wow, I am fudging this big time while I try and talk at the same time. So I like Thief, but I'm not playing Thief to solo champs. And if that is your qualification on what makes a good open world build, then you're better playing something else. You really are. I just can't even break this thing's brake bar because of these teleports. Is crazy. This one's pretty hard sometimes. Where I got you. There you go. Considering between my wife and daughter we have 30 cats, I feel like I should have been this killed a lot sooner. We are big cat enjoyers here. If Stryker was around, I would put him on the screen for you guys, but Stryker has elected to hide from the sun, which is what's causing all the white balance issues on the camera, to be honest with you. Congrats on 4.5. Oh, thank you, Darth. You know, the subscriber count thing has always been... the response to this channel has always been far better than it really should have been at points. And those of you guys who were here for the first dozen or so videos know what I'm talking about. The information may have been good, but the sound quality, the video quality was bad. And, you know, I'm okay with that. But that gets back to, you know, when I was thinking about starting this channel, a piece of advice I took was don't wait until you think you are ready. Get started now. Make your mistakes. Make your mistakes when you've got 100 subscribers, not when you have 100,000 subscribers. Start learning right away. Just start doing it. And that's what I did. And... you know, the first 100 subs paid the price for that. And I think Gail is one of the very early subs, and she can attest. You know, my heart was in the right place, but the quality was not always maybe what it could have been. So, I'm much happier with my videos over the last, especially the last 10 or so videos I thought were pretty good. So that anybody subscribed was always a real treat for me, and that, you know, I got those first 1,000 was a big deal. And beyond that, I'm just glad people see value in it. It really is it. You know, I make a couple $100 a month off the channel, and that's just fine. And I'm good with that. I think that's all kind of where it should be. Let's continue here. I honestly just found you earlier this year, fell in love with the production value of the skits you put at the beginning of your videos. Yeah, those were always, you know, my thought behind that was the whole truism about public speaking, always start with a joke. And that is really where it was starting with a joke and just getting people engaged that way. Some of them, you know, were hit and miss. I was hit and miss on some of the intros. But part of that hit and miss comes from the fact, as you can see on my screen, that I am not 25 anymore, and my sense of humor is that of a gentleman my own age. So, when will the game launch, Effie? About an hour. About an hour is when we're on that. What would you say the best and most fun class is for open world in general? I was thinking of picking up Guardian for PvE and open world and PvP. Guardian is a solid choice. Guardian is a solid choice. For open world, I love Engineer. I love Revenant. I really love Revenant. I really love Engineer. I love Elementalist. Those are my big favorite classes. If I only could play one, I would probably only play Engineer. And in fact, after this, we're going to do some Power Scrapper memes. Yeah, we're going to play some Engie after this. So if I could only play one class, you'd probably find me on Engineer. I think that Celestial Hollowsmith is probably the most fun build in open world for me, for my playstyle. Guardian has some great stuff, though. And if Guardian speaks to you, play it. When it comes to, you know, what is the best class, the reality of Guild Wars 2 is that every class is viable in some way, shape, or form, particularly for open world. I think that the only classes that have really struggled in open world over the last year have been Thief and Warrior. I think everything else is more than viable. I think a Trailblazers or a Celestial Condi Firebrand, so a Guardian, is a lot of fun. and it's flexible enough that you can play other things as well. Those would be the big ones, but really what it gets down to is play the class that speaks to you. Play that class that, you know, you look at it, you look at the readout for, and you go, oh, well, that's cool. And if you do that, there's always going to be an option, a really fun, strong option to do so. And I think that's more important to me than playing the best, is playing what I enjoy playing. But Guardian has always been in a solid spot, and if you want to get into the instanced content, the raids, the fractals, etc., Guardian has always had a place in those game modes. So I really highly recommend it. The verdict right now on Open World Spellbreaker is that it may be a thing again, and I may have something to work with here. Let us go ahead here and change. I'm gonna hop on I'm gonna play some Scrapper here. We're gonna play some Scrapper here. So that matters is what I think is the best, is the one that you enjoy the most, the one that speaks to you. But if you want the classes that are the most fun, I think Engineer is fun, and I think Engineer is fun because I like the aesthetics of it. I really just love the aesthetics of Engineer. All right, let's take a look here. This is Power. Okay, so this is what? Power with pack runes. Is this the kind of power we want? This is Berserkers with some Assassin's gear, I'm thinking. Is that what this is? No, this is all Berserkers, isn't it? Oh, no, I've got Berserkers with trinkets that are Diviners. This is my power... This is my power, whatchamacallit setup. This is my power mechanist setup. You know what? Let's just roll with this. I will take the rifle out. We will remove this rifle. How do I unequip this? And we will put a hammer in. Okay. Start with a joke. Imagine your audience in their underpants. Yes, that is exactly it. That is exactly it. Epsy says, my kids love the Saturday morning cartoon music, huh? Epsy, I actually got that off a professional wrestler who uses that music for his blog posts. A professional wrestler named Danhausen, who does a lot of blog posts about collecting action figures, oddly enough, but he puts that music in the background, so I looked it up, and it's a piece of music called Folderol, which, oddly enough, Folderol is a professional wrestling term that comes from, I believe it's Italian, that means useless trinket. So it's like useless discussion, etc. like that. So that's kind of why I use the music. Afraid I made a tactical error pulling an all-nighter. You know, I am beyond all-nighters. At my age, I pull an all-nighter and I feel it for a week. Let's put some stats on this. I'll put Assassin's stats on it for the time being, and we will accept that. And do I have any sigils? I do have sigils. Sigil Force. And what do you think? Sigil of Strength? Yeah, let's go with a Sigil of Strength. And there we go. Okay. Oh, this outfit, this fashion also is for my Char roleplay. I'm going to show up at one of Fang's events dressed like this. Let's put a skin on the hammer. Equipment. No. Wardrobe. We'll put a skin on the hammer because Sharur is just Sharur. And it's not... I keep hitting the wrong buttons here. Bear with me, guys. And not my... Why am I not seeing any... This is interesting. Why am I not seeing any skins for my hammer? Oh, well. I won't worry about it too much. Okay, so what do you think here? We got this. Now what we need to do is go into our build, and let's copy this build, put it here, and let's go with Scrapper. What do we think? Firearms, high caliber, no scope, and yeah, I think this is probably a really good play on this. Gain stability, yeah, no, we'll go with modified ammunition on this. Explosives, what do we got here? Yeah, let's run glass cannon, aim assisted rocket, and big boomer for the time being. Mass momentum, what do we think? Or gyroscopic acceleration. Yeah, let's go with mass momentum, object in motion. Anybody got any thoughts about this? If you are a big fan of, yeah, I'm thinking object in motion is probably the play here. Gain concentration based on your power when you grant super speed to a target, also grant quickness. So I could actually do the quickness build on this. What do we think? Yeah, okay. So what we will do is this and go full gyros. We will get our blast gyro because he's new. We will get the shreddy because shreddy is awesome. We will get the bulwark just to upkeep quickness. And we will probably take the supply crate. Okay, we'll see if that's enough for us to maintain quickness anyways. What do we got here? Sis, and then... Okay, so let's just spam those and see what our quickness uptime... I'm not getting... Yeah, so let's see what the quickness uptime is like there. Not quite permed. Okay, so what we'll do is we will actually run this in Diviner's gear. Let's try that, shall we? And we will run the pack runes. Except, yes, let's see what we got here. Did I set this up correctly? Okay, we'll keep the hammer the way it's set up. Full Diviners, pack runes. What do we want to hit that's not a bounty? Let's go fight my Trin. Let's go see what happens with my Trin. Which is another place I like to test. Darth Calliope, oh, you're, wait. Won't show hammer skins to a non-scrapper. You're on the wrong elite spec? What? What am I doing wrong? Oh, I see what you're talking about. That makes sense. Okay, so now I should be able to just go in, select a hammer, and see them. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Okay, we will run the retro forged hammer and reset it, and I'm actually going to take the hat off. There we go. Reset. Whoops, reset. No. Okay, apply. There we go. All right. We are ready to play some Scrapper, guys. Let's play some hell out of some Scrapper and see how it rolls. And we will see what my train is like. Okay. We got about 40 minutes to the Steam launch. I'm not sure how much streaming I have left in me after that. Yeah, so if you guys want, those of you guys who are with me, I got a couple other spots on squad here if anybody wants to come and do a fractal. But I'll just wait for Midnight / Robin and Cattywampus in the fractal. Oh, I see the problem. Never mind. Leave squad. Leave the squad, and I'm on squad instead of team. Or yeah, so give me another moment. Let me re-invite and re-invite to party. There we go. Almost like I know what I'm doing. All right. And don't need to worry about any AR. We just go in and we hit. No need for the AR. Let's see what happens. Okay. Let us end this. Get a bunch of quickness up. And there we have it. Oh. Huh. Well, you do feel the bump. I will say that. You absolutely feel the bump. Those of you guys wondering about Power Scrapper, oh, I don't know why I chose this. This is one of my saddest moments in Guild Wars right here. It's going to have your noggin, not your skull. Yes, the hammer comes from Super Adventure Box. Yeah, stupid change. This change to the whatchamacallit, to the voiceover, the intro, this one sucks so bad. Try and do some break bar hate here. I could have broken that, and now I'm just standing in this, and ooh, the barrier's nice. The barrier's still nice. There we go. Okay, you know, I'm prepared to say that's pretty good. I'm prepared to say Hammer Scrapper is back on the menu. Absolutely fantastic. Alright, let's hit this dude. I'm liking it. I'm liking it a lot. Funny how a few changes make that much difference. Well, I'm just going to take the hits, so be it. Well, no, I'm not playing this very well at all. Help me, help me. I kill this dude. Oh, well, does not rally. Gets the help. Bam, okay. Just kind of spamming things at this point to see, but let's put this down, crack that break bar. Just not quite cracking. Let's get out of there. Fat fingering things. There we go. These are very good. It was always so sad that some specs would reach the point where they weren't even worth playing in PvE or T1 fractals. Yep. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. I think it might still be true for Deadeye. I think it, you know... Oh, wow. This has given us so many new toys, guys. So many new toys. I'm very happy. Oh, took the big bounce. I am going to... There we go. There we have it. Interesting. Whoa. Look at me consistently fat fingering that. That's crazy. Okay. There we have it. Oh, that break bar hate is real off that. That's really nice. So yeah, in full glass, this is not bad. This is pretty glassy gear, of course. So I'm taking the hits and paying the price for it, and I'm not really used to playing this. But the damage is there. Again, you know, without arc running, we can't really tell, but we won't have arc until later this afternoon. Very cool. If any of you guys are out there want to see me check something out, you know, feel free to X up. We will keep going at least till the Steam launch. But yeah, Power Scrapper back on the menu, boys. I wonder if Rifle Scrapper is a thing. I wonder if Rifle Scrapper could be a thing. That's it for my trend. Very well played. Very well played. Fianfi, the Steam launch is top of the half hour. Top of the half hour. Necro, Daggers, and Staff. You are on. You are on. It is time for a swap. Let me try those on a Selly thing. I think I'll try those because they are strike damage increases. And I think, oh no, you know where I'm going to actually try this is on, I got a better idea. Let us grab my Reaper. My poor, poor Reaper who never gets out to play. The poor Reaper who I can't act. Oh, there she is. End of the line except for my Key Farm tune. And we'll put some daggers and a staff on there. We'll give it a shot and see how that rolls, because I think that's probably a good idea, is to take a look at those and the Reaper changes. Mirage is super fun, according to Robin. That is absolutely fantastic to hear. Let's go see if we can smack the Giant and Cursed Shore and get a good idea of what those numbers kind of are starting to look like, but without arc. And get a good idea of where we're going at that point. The Giant here in Cursed Shore is absolutely one of my favorite targets. I wonder if... Oh, never mind. Arc is working. Holy shit. Okay. Well then, let us do it. I'll try Reaper, and then I will put the staff down, and we'll get a... Probably go to the, whatchamacallit. See if I... Why am I running this? Oh, what the heck is going on with my Reaper? Why does she already have a staff? Something wrong here. Something very, very wrong. What is going on with my Reaper? Why does my Reaper have Epidemic? Oops. Okay, well, my character has no gear. That's fantastic. There we go. Power, precision, ferocity. So we are straight berserkers with axe, great sword. We will take the axe off. Oh, wow. Stream things, I guess. Let's put a staff down. We will set this for berserkers. Except, do I have any sigils around? I have a sigil of force. We'll just roll with that for the time being. And, okay. So there we go. So great sword, force, and they upped the stuff on, and let me just look at my build, because if I didn't have gear, oh, look at this. It's a world versus world build, you say. Let's grab my Reaper build here, copy it to over here, paste, and let's put a couple shouts on here. So Suffer got a bump, and what was the other one? Chilled to the Bone? Did Chilled to the Bone? Not Chilled to the Bone. You are all weaklings got a bump. Okay, so there is Staff, great sword, so we'll get a good idea with Staff anyways. Yeah, all right. And is the Giant up? The Giant is not up. Gail wants to know what weapons Robin is using on Mirage. I can't tell from here. Let's find something to hit. I think there's a chain. No, that one sucks. What do we want to hit today is the next question. You know what? We'll go back to the... Oh. I'm just getting hit. Oh, Reaper, you so crazy. Okay, what am I going to do here? Anybody have suggestions? You know where I'm going with this? I'm going to go to Hydra Alley. Hydra Alley, one of my favorite open world build testing spots. And we'll get a good idea of how this is rolling there. For those of you guys who do not know what I'm talking about, Hydra Alley is just down here, this little area. And it's a spot where we see a great number of hydras. I will join on you guys because I think I am the one who got separated. There we have it. Okay, so these veteran hydras here, it says elite, but it's actually a veteran. Not always the easiest things in the world to hurt. So let's see, power damage. Well, look at that. Look at that auto attack. Oh, wow. They actually did it. They actually made it not suck. Oh, that's big, guys. That really does open some options. That really does open some options. Look at that. I mean, that's significantly higher than it was before. So I guess they upped the greatsword damage too, did they not? I think I'm missing some crits here. I should probably tune the build a little bit better, but of course there's all that blind from the desert mobs. There we go. Well, I'm impressed. I am very, very impressed. That is pretty cool stuff. And when it's not critting, it's not nearly as awesome. I lagged. That was crazy. I haven't lagged like that for a very long time. I'm still lagging. I'm going to look for dropped frames here, or is it just my... Okay, there it is. Crazy. All right. This is the first time that's happened in a very long time. I think after this I'll go grab a dagger and we'll take a look at what's going on. Well, I'm prepared to say that's pretty good too. Yaddy B, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Yeah. I guess I could see this being a lot more important in the upper end. Like, those people that aren't playing Reaper because of all the other options in instance content, I could see this pretty much starting to be viable on things like strikes again. I guess not that it wasn't unviable, but still pretty good. Still pretty good. How is Scourge? Oh, Scourge is still busted AF. You know, if you really want to play the best, if you're like wanting to play the biggest DPS on Necromancer, you're going to play Scourge. You're going to play a Condi Scourge. You're going to play it in Viper's gear. And if you're worried about your living, you're going to play Parasitic Contagion on that, and you're just going to profit. Scourge is still completely, absolutely 100% busted. There's just no question about it. Yeah, you really got to make sure you hit the crit cap on this. I'll have to really do some tweaking of this when I get a little points, mix some Assassin's gear, but yeah. Very nice. Yeah, but back to what I was saying, you know, if I could only play one spec in this game on Necro, it would absolutely be Scourge. Scourge has been busted since launch, and they have been gradually down-tuning it. And it's not just the damage, it's a bunch of other factors. Oh, nice and chunky with that 20k crit. Missed this staff. Missed this staff from Rob. Necro of full range flexibility. It's viable. It's now viable. It may not be optimal, but it's viable now. It was not viable before. Staff was absolutely awful before. And Licentian, welcome to the group. Glad to have you with us. But yeah, no, I mean you couldn't play power staff. It was really not good. This makes it playable. And I think if anything has happened today with this patch, we've seen a bunch of new things become playable. We'll hit a bounty after this. I'll get a better read on the actual DPS because I've got a good idea of what the DPS should be on these options. But I'm really liking these hits. This is really nice. Think if you were going to play this Power Reaper, you'd want Strength Runes on that. You'd absolutely want to make sure you are maxing your might. Rip Hydra, yeah. Well, I'm paying too much attention to my stream chat. All right, let's. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to head on over to Crystal Oasis, the Amnoon Waypoint. I'm going to unequip the staff and throw at least one dagger on. So let's do that. We know that the staff is okay, so let's unequip that. Oops, I unequipped my greatsword. Well, fair enough. And let us put a dagger in here. How about dagger focus for the time being? And where's my dagger? I swear I have one. I know I do. There it is. Claw the Conor. All right, so let's set these for berserkers. The reason I'm just not putting in another... Oh, I probably do have a good dagger I can use. Bear with me. Seeing as how this is close, and we'll get a good idea of how this works too. So far, though, so good. So good. What do we have here? Do we have a dagger in here? We have a sword. We may not have a dagger in here, to be honest with you guys. Sad days. Sad days indeed. Oh, holographic spark. There we go. And this is set for dire stats. Oh, well. We will just put this on for the... is it worth even testing in dire stats? No. What else do I have here? Yeah, nothing else I can actually use, so we'll go with the focus for the time being, and then we'll swap it around that way. Just because I don't want to really gimp it too badly. What do we have here? A Sigil of Ice and a Sigil of Force. And we have the Sigil of Force there, so we will main hand dagger on Reaper. This should be an interesting test. And we got arc running here, so we'll have a better idea. Typically on these bounties, it's going to depend on the mechanics when it comes to the DPS that I'm expecting. On something fairly standard where I'm not kind of forced out because of range options, etc., I would, a good tune is going to hit 8 or 9 on these things when we're on small groups and solos. So there we go. No, Arc is working, guys. Arc is absolutely working at this point. It throws an error, but you can absolutely run it. Okay, so let's take a look at these autos. Don't stand in Scorcher. Well, better is the answer. Yeah, I mean, it's not quite as drastic as the rev hammer changes were, but you feel it. You absolutely feel it. So what am I doing? 6 at this point? That's not bad. I mean, it's not great, but I'm not min-maxing it or anything. 7. See how hard we can pump this. I guess I should run some food. Do I have any power food? I may not have any power food. I'll take a look after the fight. Because food would make a difference. Okay, we're getting up near 8. 8 is pretty much an acceptable level when it comes to soloing or low manning these bounties. I will take 8. 9. Okay. I mean, the damage is effectively there. It's still a little bit glassier than I might like. It's the kind of thing I think that with, you know, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, guys. I mean, that's a decent buff. That is a really decent buff. Try one more. But, yeah. Gail, to answer your question, it looks real. It looks completely real, to be honest with you. Hey, look, a proof of legend. I didn't need the proof. I am a fucking legend. Let's... No, we'll just leave it like that. We'll do Zeke again. See what happens. I do apologize for going over the same bounties on a regular basis, but the reason I do that is I tend to pick them just because they're the ones that spawn quickest to the waypoints. That moment when you are leveling a new character and a Bloodstone Crazed Beast spawns on top of you. Bloodstone Crazed Beast was one of the early moments I fell in love with this game. I remember I like slapped one freaking random mob and it spawned the Bloodstone Crazed Beast. And this has got to be about a month after I started playing. And then the next thing you knew, there were 30 people there fighting it. And that's just an experience you don't get in other MMOs. You just don't. Like that whole organic things exploding in the world, you know, the world's coming alive and groups of people. You don't get these things in other MMOs. Alright, so let's go with this dagger and see what happens. Mix in some staff auto attacks on that. Oh, it's not good, not good. Too glassy for Zeke. So what's the DPS like? 4 or 5 at this point. It's nice. You're going to want to min-max this with strength sigils. You're really going to want strength sigils on this. The might, you're really going to need the might on this to really make it sing. Yeah. Strength sigils will be a good one. I guess I can stop blowing my life force. Yeah. So I would, yeah, I mean, you could absolutely run this with dagger or with staff and not suck like before. And that really is saying lots. That really is saying lots about this balance patch. Let me, I'll catch up with chat in a moment here. So these mechanics lowering the incoming hits are not running in favor of my DPS numbers, obviously, but not bad, not bad. Yeah, I was killing a Moa in Brisbane Wildlands and a Bloodstone Moa appeared. Yeah, and these are just moments you don't get in other MMOs. Those of you guys who are waiting for the Steam launch and who have not tried this game, or it's been a long time since you've played with it, etc., it's important to realize that this game offers something in its open world experience that I just don't think other MMOs can touch. I really just don't. Well, the answer is I like it. The answer is I like it a lot. Wow. How one patch changed so many things in so many good ways. So if I like the big sword, is it any good? Reaper? Yes. Reaper with the greatsword is absolutely phenomenal. Reaper with greatsword is, and even Guardian with greatsword. I'm trying to think if there's anything out there that uses greatsword that is awful, and I don't think there is. I think there were some Guardian changes that brought up the Guardian greatsword today. Yeah, I am very, very biased. Warrior, yeah, no, Warrior. One of my favorite things to play these days, Jim, is Bladesworn Warrior with greatsword. It's immense damage, absolutely immense damage. There's just nothing that comes close. Give you a bit of an idea about it, and I'm just going to pull up my Bladesworn here at this point. I was playing Spellbreaker earlier, but oh, you know what? It'll be a little bit. I think I munged my Bladesworn. Bladesworn is a warrior, so you can use greatsword regardless. What Bladesworn also does is gives you what's called the gun saber. Let me just change my build here really quickly and change the weapons. I'll just unequip this and unequip this, and I will put my greatsword on. Give me a couple of quick seconds here. And I will put some stats on it. We'll just run Berserkers just because it's quick and easy. And let's put a Strength Sigil in there. And then let's put a Force Sigil in there. And, okay, so what Bladesworn does is this. You have your greatsword, and I'm rocking Exordium on this, so you can run your greatsword, but then you've got what's called the gun saber. So if I hit my F1 on Bladesworn, it becomes this two-handed sword, which is actually a gun saber. It's got a gun built into it. I guess it's sort of like that old Final Fantasy VIII thing, is the idea. But what it additionally does after that is it builds this thing called flow here. When that flow hits a certain point, you go into a dragon stance, and it's just redonkulous amounts of DPS. So I will give you a good idea of how this plays. I am a very big fan of Greatsword Bladesworn. Oh, look. They took our jobs. They took our jobs. Let's go here. jQuery server is now full. Crazy. Well, it's not going to matter fairly soon, to be honest with you, Jim. The only place that impacts is your world versus world. And, yeah. Am I in a different... Wow, we actually have a decent, whatchamacallit, decent amounts of instances here. Okay. Let's get my... So I'll give you an idea of how this plays. Bladesworn is in a pretty good place. Bladesworn, if you want to do damage, and if you want to do like high-end PvE content, you won't use this build I'm using here. You'll use, you know, a real DPS build. But yeah, yeah, you can actually, if Devona's Rest is empty, you could take Devona's Rest. Caddy's absolutely right on that. Midnight's going to move on to Tempest. Good move. Tempest is beautiful. And, so we'll give you an idea of how this plays. But Warrior Bladesworn specifically is in a really good place. I haven't played Berserker in a while. That is on my list of things. I would really like to kind of come up with a Trailblazers Berserkers build. But yeah, we'll get down here. We'll start hitting this thing. So you can play with just the usual greatsword on any warrior build. Or you can switch over to your gun saber. And then you can go into dragon trigger stance, which is kind of your anime meme, but there's your 52k auto or 52k hit there. Should probably get Makes Right working on this a little bit more sustained would probably be really good. So you kind of get locked into this, and then you go bam and do 52,000 damage. It's pretty cool. I'm a big fan of this one. This was probably the biggest surprise of End of Dragons. This and Untamed really surprised me in terms of how good they were, how much fun they were to play. Go back into that. So once that flow gets up to max and you hit that, there's 61,000. I'll take it. You can turn gold into gems, right? Yeah, it's not what I would recommend, though. I mean, if you want gems and you want to make it by spending time, you're better off getting a part-time job or mowing the neighbor's lawn, to be honest with you. It's not a good deal. I mean, it's nice to be able to... You know where gems to gold is the best? When it comes to... those situations where you want to buy something and you need a few extra gems and you don't want to buy 800 of them, but you can convert some gems at that point. That's where I feel the gems to gold system really shines. Otherwise, honestly, you're better off with a part-time job. It's just not the most efficient thing. It's kind of cool to, you know, pay for microtransaction currency things with a... by playing the game, and that's fun and everything, but honestly, the price of gems versus how long you have to how long you have to grind for the gold for them, it's not really worth it. But again, like if I'm a couple of gems short, it's really nice to be able to use a little bit of gold to not have to buy a full stack of 800 gems at a time. And I think that really is it. Recomendos compro por Steam. If I'm understanding you, you're wondering when the Steam launches. I don't speak Spanish very well, unfortunately, Tomas. But if I'm understanding the situation correctly, it should be about 5 or 6 minutes. Peter Hans, which class to play? Play the one that you think looks cool. Everything is viable in this game. Everything has at least 1 or 2 good builds. At least 1 build for every game mode. Every class is not just viable, but you can run an optimal build on just about every class in this game. And that really is a testament to the developers of this game who really do care about it. And I've said it before, you know, I don't get a kickback from ANET for my glad handing about them. But I honestly believe in a game development environment in MMOs like we are in at this point, a development house that actively gives a damn about their game is pretty rare. Most of these people, you know, just don't. And I mean, ANET really does, and it bears repeating that they do care about their game, where most are just out there to turn some money. And it's never really been the situation with Guild Wars 2. You know, there's no crappy gacha mechanics other than, you know, the loot boxes, I guess, or the mount skins, but those are all cosmetic. It's not always the case here. Anyways, the damage is real. I like me some Bladesworn. You recommend to buy all the DLC from Steam? I do. I honestly believe that the content drops, the DLCs for this game are very good value for money. Very good value for money. And I'm hard-pressed to think of better value for money, particularly in MMOs, than the content drops in Guild Wars 2. So I would highly recommend it. At the very least, the expansions are absolutely... The Living World stuff is pretty high quality for content drops in MMOs. It really is. So I would look into it. Whoa, I just got hit by 4 things at once. That was crazy. Go J-Bot. So yeah, I really would. I think it's good value. I really do feel it's honestly good value, even if I weren't, evangelizing the game on stream, etc. I would be a fanboy. Providing you enjoy the game, the DLCs add great content. I think Rin's got the right thing. If you're in question, go and play the base game 1 to 80. Go and level 1 to 80, and you'll have a very good idea of whether or not this game is for you. You will know by level 20 whether or not this is the kind of game you enjoy. You won't be able to see the end game content, and the end game content is fairly different. But yeah, there we go. I highly recommend you just kind of get into it at this point. It really is. Thanks, bro. You have a new sub and a like, but I can't understand you. Sorry for that. Good luck, Tomas. I couldn't understand you either. Thanks for the support. Buenos dias. Yo quiero Guild Wars. That's as good as you're going to get out of me. Okay, I'm in, boys. Nice one. All right, so we'll do this last one here, and the Steam launch should be upon us. And I'm seeing good news in that some of the bigger guys are getting like 14,000 subscribers. That makes me happy. Okay. 2 seconds. There we go. Let us go do this here, and then I'm going to probably take a quick another 5-minute break, and then figure out where I'm moving from there for my day. So yeah, this is Bladesworn. You should definitely play Bladesworn. If you want to play Warrior, this is probably my favorite way to play it in open world these days. I think that there are some really good instance content builds. Oh, nice. I fell off. Sad state of affairs. Okay. Okay, well, I am pathing poorly here. Let's try and get up in this guy's face. So, I think after this, I may take one more look at a couple of the other ones, but I am going to take 5 minutes after this fight. Those 44,000 crits aren't bad. Those can get as high as about 80k when you're playing correctly and not being a doofus. Let's go into your trigger where you're immobile, and then bam! Look at that. So good. It's so satisfying to play Bladesworn. There are very few build or specs in this game that have the same kind of visceral feel to them, I think is the best way. Can people with a starter account join your guild? Yeah, if you want, Jim, go ahead, put your in-game name. You should have an account name, and as soon as you have that account name, hopefully if you throw it in chat, Cattywampus will see it. Hint, hint, Cattywampus. And there you go. Gonna take 5 minutes. I will be right back. I gotta get some water and hydrate at this point. Bear with me while I find the appropriate BRB screen. Let's put this one down. There we go. Be right back. I brought my boy to say hi. Say hi to the nice people, boy. Alright, this is Striker. He's badass. I'm not going to adjust my camera. He's feeling pretty shy right now. Okay. Poor little boy. Never gets the attention he loves. Alright. I will put you over here. There you go. Putting him back down. He's not liking it today. Yeah. So, there we go. Let me catch up with the chat, my friends. There we have it. Going to catch up here now. Wow. Okay. Catching up. Jim. Okay, there we go. Free-to-plays can join a guild, but cannot whisper or match chat. Oh, okay. There we go. Good job. Okay, we have it. Sage, hey, you guys. If any of you guys are out there looking for my personal favorite Twitch streamer these days, and I am going to drop a link in the chat for y'all because I am a fan. And not only is Sage like a really entertaining streamer, Sage and her crew are probably some of my favorite people to play this video game with. They are really great people. So there's a link for Sage. Absolutely, definitely, if you get a couple of seconds, go check her out. She does a bunch of other things as well. Play some really cool other games on Mondays. She was playing this one this weekend. I forget the name. Gris. That was just like I almost went and bought it because it looked so good. And was playing Stray a couple of weeks ago. That was cool. I was really enjoying the Stray streams that Sage was doing. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Nobody freaks out at running as a cat better than Sage does. It was absolutely some of the most entertaining stream content I've seen in quite a while. But yeah, Sage and her group Fang, they are absolutely great people, and people I enjoy playing the game with very much. I'm going to swap tunes here, though, at this point, and take a look at some of the other changes that went through today. I'm actually going to go back on my rev, though, and we are going to spec for Vindicator, and we are going to take a look at these Vindicator Greatsword changes and see if Vindicator is a thing at this point. Sage has no chill mode. Holy smokes. Well, it's real in the char starting areas too. Look at that. And ANET is here as well. And there we have it, you guys. People ready for an influx of new players. I'm going to go Hammer Greatsword. What do you think? Hammer Greatsword? Does that sound like the play? Let me get to a level 80 area. And we'll get back to you guys over here. And we'll take a look at these Greatsword changes, which I think were pretty serious at this point. They were a nice little damage bust. Vindicator, yeah. I think Wraith is hanging out there. Nice, nice. All right. So I will take off my two swords. I will remove the sigil. I don't think I can take the sigil out of that. We will. Whoops. We will remove these. Unequip. Unequip. And we will put a greatsword down. There it is. We will set this for diviners as well. Customize diviners. And here we have it. This should be pretty good. This should be pretty good. Got it happening here. Looking stylish. Let us check our build. Is this a Vindicator build? This is a staff build. Why am I... Did I really put a staff on instead of my greatsword? Nope. This is a different... I was looking at this. This is what I wanted to change. Vindicator. So what am I running here? Let's take a quick look, make sure we're okay. Dance of Death or Swift Termination. We will go with Swift Termination. Thrill of Combat. We'll probably need that. We're here. Incensed response, rolling mists. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. Let's take a look at Vindicator now. Deal increased damage while your endurance is not full. Or legendary. More boons. Let's go with boons. I like more boons. Grant endurance. I guess I should get a stamina sigil. They never nerfed it. Wow, they never nerfed it. And we'll run the boon stack. So this won't be full DPS. We'll run... Actually, what I will do is I'll run the big drop. So let's see on that. Bam. Okay, we are ready. Let's fight... What are we going to do? Let's go legendary, my friends. We are freaking legends today. And there's nothing better than being a legend. Wraith is hanging out. Maybe come to the human starting zone. I think Caddy got you. Vindicator, Besticator, Rich Mahogany. Welcome, Rich, one of those people I was referring to earlier. Some of my favorite people to play the game with these days. Rich Mahogany, a member of Fang. Absolutely a great, great person with a great attitude about this game. Which I think tends to be lacking sometimes. You know, the attitude's as important as the ability. So let's see what we get here. Well, we're going to get stunned is what we're getting. Let's see what the numbers are like. Well, we're getting rocked is what's happening. I got you. I got you. Wow, this thing is just eating us apart here. This is what we get for all running DPS builds, I guess. So let's see the hammer again. The hammer changes, you know, to those of you guys who are wondering and just tuning into the stream and missed it earlier, the Rev hammer changes are really freaking nice. And highly recommend you get into that. So let's see what these autos are really nice on the Greatsword now. What are we clocking? 6, 7, 5, 8 on the third. Very nice. Yeah, those are nice changes. Those are really nice changes. I'll catch up with chat here in a moment. There we go. Now that we're playing effectively. Winter is coming, fan gang rolling up in your YouTube live stream like, what? That's exactly what I said to myself. No, really. Oh, Sage, this is why you are my favorite right here. And really, you guys, you know, I mentioned it before, but Sage's stream is highly entertaining, and I highly recommend you go and check her out. When she is indeed streaming instead of slumming here in Mind Over Meta. So, what are my numbers like? Well, my numbers are far behind Power Scrapper and Mirage or Virtuoso. I'm thinking that's Virtuoso. I am, however, highly unoptimized. So we'll keep that in mind. But, yeah. Anyways, for those of you guys who are in game, we're just tooling around on some of the new changes that came in today. And if you want to join me, you can always join Mind Circus 1506. I will recreate the squad after this one if you want to do it. But we're just killing some bounties, checking out the damage numbers on some of the changes that came out today. I'm not sure Vindicator is really quite there yet. It's close. It's absolutely close. It's all entertaining. We actually learn things with you. Oh, well, you know, you're learning from the wrong guy, my friends. Learning from the wrong guy. Every kid's dream is to join the circus and become a circus freak. Still the best name for that I ever found. Bro, there's so many people in the starting zones, just people welcoming steamies. Yeah, that is expected, Jim. Absolutely what we thought would happen today. We knew it was going to be there. I just hope the newbies aren't getting completely smothered. You want to pop to here, and then we'll hit we'll hit the occultist again, and we'll take a look at this. But yeah, I'm thinking at this point maybe far behind, but I guess Bliss with the 10 on the legendary there. That was pretty decent. That was nice. Bliss, you're playing Bliss. Caddy, you are playing Power Scrapper, I'm assuming. It's Power Scrapper. I'm going to lose in PvP for a bit. Snack packs for char cups all night. Power Scrapper. Yes, Power Scrapper is also back on the menu. Power Herald back on the menu. Reaper with staff, oddly enough, playing quite well. I think today's patch is a pretty big success in my world. I mean, I'm sure the instance people will have different things to say, but for open world, these have been some very serious, great changes. It's been a very long time since I've seen them deliver such an impactful patch. And, you know, when you are making a number of builds that much better on any given day, you know, good job, Annette. Good job. You know, you almost made up for that last patch. And I guess my Spellbreaker was playing very well too earlier, so that also is a really big one. We haven't found anything that has failed in the patch so far. You know, that's actually true, isn't it? And we've been through a lot of it. Suppose we could look at the Mirage nerfs, but I'm just not feeling that today. I think my last test here today is going to be, now that I know my arc is working, popping back on Power Tempest and see what kind of numbers we got. I mean, it's falling, you know, Vindicator is okay. I probably need to play with the build a little bit more. So far, falling very far behind Power Scrapper in its new iteration. This new iteration of Power Scrapper is really good. Really good. I can't say enough good about it. It's absolutely fantastic. All right. Let me pop on Tempest for a moment, and let's get some numbers on this. And, you know, I think we'll go to the bounties in Sandswept, and we'll run those. Let's see. Sandswept. But, yeah. Oops. That was wrong channel. Let me put this back in here. And yeah, okay. Well, I've pretty much just going to try and figure it out. There we go. All right, Ultima. And yeah, I think Power Tempest to me was probably one of the more intriguing changes. So I'm just going to check my build, make sure it's right, and then we will look at what ARC has to say about ourselves at that point. So, no. What are we looking at here? Fresh air. Yep. Burning precision. Yep. Let's change this down here to Tempest, and we will run this. Probably Tempestuous Aria. And let's run Unstable Conduit. Okay, that looks pretty good. Let's throw a couple of shouts down here at this point. We'll put Rebound on here. We will put Feel the Burn, Aftershock, and we'll run the Signet. Wash the pain away. Okay. Let's do it, shall we? Looking forward to seeing Vindicator's great sword damage buffs while I'm semi-camping the blue half of the legend to give me those durability buffs. That'd be interesting. Yeah. It's still, you know, I'm going to have to play with the build a little bit. On the surface, not quite as strong as some of the other changes that went out today. Oaken Scorn. Okay. Let us make our way here. So far, though, pretty nice. Pretty nice indeed. This map is so weird. Oh, looks like we've already got... Oh, we got the prestige hunting target up here. What is this, the event? Old Stonehoof, so we got another one up here. Oh, okay. Well, it's not any more durable, I will say that. But there we have it. I guess we'll do this event. Let's see what happens. Oof. Still gets hit hard. We are in Marauder's gear, though. And the numbers look okay. They don't look spectacular or anything, but it's not our best test here in the middle of all this weirdness. Okay, so let's go find our bounty over here and see what happens. See what happens. I tell you what, balance patches are probably my favorite content in this video game. Okay, so get some heat going down on this guy, and yeah, the loss of stab. I'm feeling the loss of stab on this build. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I'm not going to complain. I mean, I started earlier, so my DPS is going to be higher. But, yeah. I'm liking it. I'm liking it a lot. The Choya have come to pay their respects. Oh. Yeah, that was on me. Not paying attention to mechanics. Oh, there we go. Almost like we know what we're doing, gang. Yeah, y'all can do it. Indeed. All right, let's hit back to the waypoint, grab one more, and see how it goes. I think that'll be it. I think at that point, I will have been going 4.5 hours, and that is about twice as long as I've ever done that. Licentian, absolutely. If your cat is sick, you definitely need to take care of that. If it was a child, I would say differently. But you definitely want to take care of a sick cat. Absolutely. Quick question. How far do you have to play an EOD to get a dragon mount? You don't get the dragon mount in End of Dragons. You get the dragon mount in Path of... after doing a bunch of things in Path of Fire. So basically, the dragon mount is gated behind the living world content from Path of Fire. So that's Season 4. So what you first need to do is open up the mounts in Path of Fire, and then what you need to do is do Living World Season 4. It's a very long grind. I'm not even going to kid you. It is a very serious grind. If you enjoy the story, it's not awful. If you enjoy the open world, it's pretty decent, but it's a grind. It's not something you're going to hit in the first couple weeks you're playing the game. It isn't. It's the kind of thing that you're going to have to spend some time getting it. It's that said, it also really breaks the game. It completely breaks the game. So if you're talking about a situation where, you know, you're worried that the time investment isn't worth it, well, it is worth it. Absolutely. Holy crap. Check out Midnight doing 32K. Very nice. Well done. Loving it. So yeah, I mean, I'm not going to front on you here and say that that it's easy. It's absolutely not easy. It takes a lot of doing to get the sky scale. And if you're a new player, you are much better suited on worrying about your raptor and your bunny. Your bunny is going to be a big piece of your quality of life. And I'm doing 10, so this is better than this used to do, but still lagging behind, seriously lagging behind Mechanist and lagging behind Power Scrapper. So This is another case where I may have to do a little bit more tuning to it, but still, it's much better than it was last week. Much better than it was last week. If you do like the story in the open world, Scott, the sky scale is a pleasure to get. There is a couple of grindy achievements on it, but they aren't awful. There is, however, unlike a lot of the other mounts, a real a real sense of progress of it. You go through this whole, I don't want to really spoil it too much, but you actually have to hatch and raise it and stuff like that. And it gives you a bit of immersion that you just don't get on other mounts and other achievements in the game. There are very few achievements in this game that really feel like you are doing what you are actually doing. And when I say that, I mean, you do a lot of legendaries and you're just grinding Elderwood, and you feel like you're grinding Elderwood, and you feel like you're doing a laundry list of achievements. The sky scale doesn't always feel that way. The sky scale actually feels like a bit of a journey. There's a couple of legendary weapons that kind of achieve that same level of immersion. But if you're enjoying the story in the open world, it's a fun thing to do. It is, however, a lengthy achievement. Absolutely a lengthy achievement. The collection of multiple currencies is the worst part of grinding the sky scale. That isn't as bad now, Gail. For a new player, you'd actually get the return to achievements at the same time, right? So you're actually going to get kicked down with a lot of those, with stacks of a lot of those currencies that you weren't before. Which really mitigates the grinding part of that a lot of us had to do previous. So, ooh, wow, what the heck is hitting me? What the heck, dude? Probably those. I got you. We'll make it happen. Alright. Or not. We may be too glassy for this robot. Who knows? Bad robot. Yeah, no. This has been pretty harsh. Too glassy for this one. These bounties are a real mixed bag. Some are a lot easier than others. This one is actually one of the real ones. Let me tag this before. Oh no. Yeah, wow. I've avoided getting the sky scale because I thought the list of requirements and didn't think there actually being any story to it. There is a story to it. There's a whole bit where you have to actually train it while it's still a hatchling and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. It's different than other MMOs. I mean, other MMOs, their mounts are 10% movement speed increase and a skin on that, right? The sky scale really does take it that step ahead. Oh, wow, it's that damage field. That's awful. How bad is Sword and Shield? Sword and Shield is good. Sword and Shield is absolutely good. Shield is really good in competitive, so if you like playing PvP and stuff like that, it's really good there. But, oh, wow, these mechanics are just shredding us here. I had to grind it pre-return to have a sky scale because my husband dragged me kicking and screaming through the farming. Still, yeah, before the return to achievements, it was a different situation, right? Like you had to get a whole stack of map currency. But now as you're doing the story and you're going through those Living World episodes, it actually kicks you down with a stack of each. So, and it doesn't actually make you use those for anything else. So I think at this point, that part of the grind, the really annoying part of the grind is gone, but still, not something I would call easy, particularly for a new player. Wow. It is an amusing story. Yeah. Oh, and that Living World Season 4 stuff, in terms of the story you actually have to go through to get it, probably some of the better actual story in the game. The game's story is kind of uneven, and I think that the story on that is actually some of the better story. We should probably just kill this thing instead of getting wiped. There we go. Let's see what we get. Nope. Kill it, kill it, kill it. Midnight, you are our only hope. There we go. It is done. We have made it. And there we go. Yeah, I would start on it. I would start on it, Neocryptor. It's not super painful. It really isn't. It really isn't. Gail is right. Join a guild. If your guild will help you, absolutely. Even if it's just answering questions, the guild is a really big part of it. All right, guys, it is 12:30. We have launched on Steam. I have a lot to start digging into for making builds and stuff like this, and I have to get some food, I think, at some point as well. So I'm going to call it here at the end of the stream. Very happy with everybody just coming by here today. Licentian, Caddy, Robin, as usual. Thank you for the hard carry through the content. Really do appreciate that. Let's see. I'm hoping to get something up over the next few days on the channel. That should be good. And we will leave it at that. I'm going to thank you guys all very much for coming to hang out here. Really do. Really do. It really means a lot to me, the support and everything. Really do. Hey, min-max your real lives. Have fun in game. And at the very latest, we will see you on Saturday.